So this should be working. Hello, my name is Luke, and welcome to Scapegoat, the stream that gets away with murder and sometimes doesn't. Welcome to a happy Halloween. I have two guests at the minute to start our podcast with. So, do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Sure. Hi, I'm Northern Lord. Glad to be here.
Okay. And my other guest is.
Hi, my name's Dan Tashau. Likewise, I'm glad to be here this evening.
Yeah. So, for anyone listening on the World Wide Web. Oh, sorry. I'm getting feedback from the YouTube videos now up. I was getting feedback from myself. Sorry for anyone who's just jumped onto this. It should be a slow enough start for a minute just with me sending links out, but we're going to get hot and heavy in a minute. So, guys, just to get us started. So, is Halloween a big holiday for you guys?
Yes. Yeah, in Canada, we've celebrated, I think, since the beginning of Canada, actually, because Canada's a British colony that was primarily built by the Scottish, and the Scottish and Irish brought Halloween over to North America, and so we've had it pretty much since the beginning.
Awesome. What about yourself, Daniel?
Well, I like the idea of Halloween, but actually celebrating it doesn't tend to happen. Now that our kids are getting older, they want to go and do things. So we do go to parties every Halloween now, but it's, kids' parties watching Hotel Transylvania. But other than that, nothing much really.
Yeah, but I mean, Hotel Transylvania is an okay movie, but when you were younger, did you do more of the kind of like Halloween rave scene or anything like that?
No, I think the only Halloween things I would have done were the traditional trick-or-treating, going out, knocking door to door, and then maybe some parties, because my cousin is actually born on the 31st of October. So yeah, we would normally go to his birthday party, but it would also be a Halloween party at the same time.
Okay.
I have a couple traditions.
So for a cousin that's born on Halloween, like my brother is born very close to Christmas, and that tends to mean that he only gets one present because people tend to be cheap and think, here, I've spent a load of money now, so Donal, you're only getting the one present. What does a Halloween birthday mean to him?
Well, I don't think it means he gets less presents or anything. I just think there's more of an abundance of chocolate. There may be more of a focus on costuming. His family were always having gatherings at their house anyway, so you can imagine it was just the same sort of drunken debauchery with costumes. So yeah, it was good from what I recall.
Okay, I just have added a fourth person to this. It's Johnny. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Well, first of all, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're grand.
Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't hear myself. Introduce myself, did you say?
Yeah.
Johnny, I think you just did.
Is your voice disguised?
Sorry?
You sound a bit witness protection, Johnny.
What do I say? I can't hear myself, so...
Yeah, your voice has a... Yeah, it sounds very very disguised.
This is really sounds like...
quite deep.
Oh, I don't know.
No, that's fine. It actually suits a Halloween. You do want to sing us a little bit of Barry White?
Well, it's weird. The fact that I can't hear it, I'm now... yeah, I don't know. You threw me there. Sorry.
Wow.
That just completely broke the flow of what you were talking about. Sorry about that.
No. We're just talking that Dan has a cousin who was born on Halloween, and we were just saying that. And I was just saying, like, for people born in and around Christmas, it tends to be you get one present and different stuff isn't as...
Yeah.
What do you think of Halloween? How would being born on Halloween would affect your birthday?
Well, it's funny because I was going to ask about that. If your cousin Are they like, were they ever a goth or anything when they were a teenager?
No, he's probably the most normal person I
Right.
know. He worked at like a local supermarket for about 10 years. He was very physical, and then he got made redundant when they closed the 24 hours, and now he just builds pallets in like a pallet yard. He's just really like rough and ready sort of geezer. Yeah, he was never a goth or anything.
Because the girl I went out with towards like for most of the end of like secondary school, and like from when I was about 17 to 20, she was born on Halloween, and it completely like her personality, I think, was developed around that, because she was really into like horror movies. And she wasn't really a goth, but she was like an alt type girl. And I wondered like how much of that was down to like growing up, being born or having your birthday on Halloween, and it's like there always been Halloween themed stuff around when your birth's been celebrated. Did that like, was that why she just became that person?
I think it just depends on how much you let that affect you, I guess. I mean, he never seemed to. He probably watched a lot of horror films, but he watched a lot of films generally when we were younger. So I don't think he was like inclined to think of Halloween as encompassing him. Maybe she just lent into it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be. I think that going by the description of your cousin, it could actually make the beginning of a very good slasher film, though.
Well, what you think he's going to be like this
Can I make a pitch?
Dexter style guy or something?
So I'm just going to make up a name for your cousin, just so not to reveal his identity. So I'm going to say your cousin's called Brian. So
yeah,
in a world, there was once a man called Brian, the most normal of the normal. And one day, he lost his job at Tesco Express, and he was forced to work with pallets. Now learn the horror of Pallet Man.
That's not a bad trailer voice you have there, Luke.
Yeah. I just know that do you ever do like a voice, but like you have to use certain words to get into it? So mine's are in a world.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that probably wouldn't be the best Halloween character, but
you can imagine he would just sort of wrap them around people's heads, or like compact them into the pallets.
Yeah.
It could be pretty horrific. Like
I can imagine him making like a variation of bad puns to do with pallets. It's time to adjust your palate. And because I can't think of a second one. Have you ever done Pilates? And I noticed we lost a viewer thanks to that because it was such a bad pun. So yeah,
It wasn't bad.
yeah. But yeah, so I always find that interesting. So, what was your Halloween experience growing up, Johnny?
Kind of the standard, or at least the standard for Ireland. You know, you trick or treat up until about 11, and then you start going out and doing harm for like the next 2 or 3 years, and then from 15 onwards, it's just underage drinking in a field somewhere.
Yeah,
pretty typical.
I think that's pretty typical for me as well. That Halloween became, for me, when I was growing up, became one of the bigger drinking holidays.
Yeah. Actually, Gord, for you, like in Canada, is Halloween kind of associated with sort of, people like doing like vandalism, essentially?
It's more of like a skanky cat festival.
Okay.
Is that what the picture's for? I mean, you were talking about traditions.
Well, okay, so so Halloween used to be, growing up, like in the 90s, it was a pretty big deal. I'd always watch Ghostbusters and Charlie Brown. I'd follow the Lovecraft, read Batman, Long Halloween. I've got traditions, but I think around junior high, I started having Halloween parties at my house, and so I'd rent a bunch of scary movies, and we rented America, because okay, so back then, for those of you who might be younger, you would go and you'd leave your house and you'd rent movies and bring them back and you'd watch them instead of just Netflix or. So I rented like American Psycho, and I'm like 13 or 14. We get halfway through American Psycho, it gets to pretty uncomfortable scene for a junior high. So we put on Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Okay.
And that was funny to see that. I'd never seen that before. But yes, but it was never really drinking or anything. It was more movies, getting dressed up a bit. Atmosphere for trick-or-treaters. I always had these little I always made sure we had music and stuff to make our house kind of spooky. We'd dress up like old overalls and get like a pumpkin head and make it look like there was a gruesome crime scene on the lawn,
Right.
with police tape and everything. So we'd go all out. It was a lot of fun. But I don't know, the last couple of years, Halloween has seemed to be a bit slower. There's not as many trick-or-treaters. And more people just seem to go out to bars and everything. And I think that the tradition, we're kind of losing it a bit, actually.
It does seem so, yeah. As well, like even with fancy dress parties now for Halloween, it's people coming like dressed as the most recent meme and stuff. It just seems like a standard costume party. The association with horror and the supernatural and all that is kind of slowly fading from it, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too. Which is kind of unfortunate because the costumes were, originally, like going all the way back to you guys with the Ireland and the Celts, the Druid and all that. The idea was that you would you dress in a scary costume so that when the demons came across from Tir and Og, and when the veil was thin, the kids wouldn't be
among them.
Yeah. So the idea of the costume was actually, it was camouflage. It's a defensive kind of thing. And I think that there's something really interesting about that. So, if people dress their kid up as an iPod, it's kind of disappointing, right? It's like your kid's gonna get snatched.
Oh, there's a good idea for a movie there, like a Monster Squad, like a fun 80s throwback movie about like them actually, I don't know, like the demons actually like getting more powerful because Halloween's fading. Oh, wait, wasn't that kind of the plot? That was kind of the plot of Halloween 3, actually, wasn't it?
Wasn't that the one about
the mind control?
The Silver Shamrock Irish businessman?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that was good, but if you look at Neil Gaiman's like American Gods, like, isn't it like the idea that somebody takes a cultural zeitgeist, becomes more powerful? So I'd say that Halloween, wouldn't you think, would be like the most powerful if you take that holiday for like all the kind of spooky things?
Are you kind of talking about it in a reverse Santa sort of thing, though? Like, in Christmas films where it's like, if you don't believe in Santa, he's going to disappear. Whereas if you forget about Halloween, these monsters are going to become very real.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds like
so the belief keeps them at bay?
Well, I only came up with this like 30 seconds ago. I need to flesh it out more.
Well, maybe
defend it, Johnny. Defend
embodying them. Maybe if you embody those characters, like everyone dresses up as each like representation of like Mothman and things like that. What if there's like, say, 1 year they forget about the monster of the Black Lagoon or something, and then that monster then claims lives because they've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
So that's almost like a cabin in the wood vibe, right?
Yeah, you forget that Freddy Krueger's a thing, and then that Halloween you start seeing people killed by him, and it just goes on and on.
Yeah, because like now that nobody's dressing as Freddy Krueger, he can find his prey. That was what I was thinking. Like, it's more like, if everybody's dressing as just like, sexy police officer or whatever
characters.
Yeah. It's easier for the real monsters to find them, and the more they find, the stronger they get. So
you could kind of make a joke out of it as well, where the cat monster never gets to actually claim any victims because there's always someone dressed up as a shit version of a cat.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. But like I remember thinking like at certain Halloween like minimal things were cool. And now I've kind of thought they're pretty lame because did you guys ever watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. That Oz was Willow's boyfriend. And I
Yeah.
remember that one of those episodes she dressed up as like Joan of Arc. And then he just said like wrote
He was-
God,
he was God.
on because he was next to Joan of Arc. And I remember thinking, oh, that would be so cool to do that. But so many people do that sort of thing now. Or like
Yeah.
Wednesday Addams in the Addams Family that she said like, oh, what are you dressed up? Oh, I'm dressed up like a psychopath. They could look like everyone else. Again, it was a cool line, but I've seen so many people do that, and you're just like, oh man, put in some effort.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of that. I went as an optimist to a recent party, actually.
Was it a costume party, or did you say, hey, I'm optimistic forward?
It's a costume party, but I just went as an optimist.
If
Oh, I
you
thought
dress
that
up
was
in God, they can't get you.
I thought that was just like a pickup line, like, hey, I'm optimistic Gordon. I fancy my chances of you, babe.
Nah, you never know.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
So moving on to Halloween. What is your favorite Halloween horror film? And just to make this clear that you know the way people say Die Hard is a Christmas film.
Mhm.
Right.
And you know, some people will argue it isn't, but it is. Like, not all horror films are like Halloween horror films, but a lot of them are. So, what's your favorite Halloween horror film?
Does it have to be scary? Like we're talking
No,
true horror.
no,
We're not
no.
talking we're not talking Ghostbusters.
You could say Nightmare Before Christmas
Oh, okay.
or Ghostbusters.
Does Army of Darkness count?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
is
well-
hard.
Yeah, maybe. Army of Darkness, Ghostbusters. Those I always associate those with Halloween.
Yeah, I'd probably just go with the original Halloween, John Carpenter's. It's a very obvious choice, but is everybody gone? I just don't hear
No,
anybody.
no,
now.
no.
No,
Okay.
I just keep muting because I don't want background noise causing
Oh, right.
problems. I tell you what, I probably think, is it classed as a Halloween film? The Witches?
I would
The
count
Roald
that.
Dahl one?
Roll down.
Is that the
Yeah,
one they
the-
hunt down all the cat ladies?
Yeah, so the boy, I think a boy sort of infiltrates a witch convent meeting and gets turned into a rat. And yeah, coincidentally, it always reminded me of my cousin, the one who was born on Halloween. It's kind of like his origin story or something.
Oh
That
man,
film terrified me as a child.
The Witches.
Yeah, I feel like if I watched it now as a grown man, I would still be afraid just because I'd be reminded of the fear I felt as a child.
Yeah, it scared the crap
The
out
book
of me.
was pretty spooky.
Yeah.
The noses and everything. my
Yeah.
God.
Do you guys remember I don't remember the ending of the movie, but in the ending of the book, he gets turned into a mouse, and him and his grandma just go hunting. He never gets turned back into a human.
Yeah. I have to mention the
Oh,
name of
okay.
the character was Luke because it's my
Oh.
name. But
Yeah, that's definitely what happened at the end of the film. I remember he was still a mouse, and the grandmother just sort of dealt with it.
Yeah, like
Oh,
like,
yeah,
wow,
yeah.
there's no happy ending in that one. They just end
Yeah.
up going hunting down, like
I
it's like
completely forgot that now.
a
until you
witch
said it.
genocide or something. It's this creepy, like it's a really weird story because the kid is never returned back to human
Yeah.
form. He's a mouse forever, and it was terrifying.
But there was a really weird scene that I remember that there was the head witch and she was being chased down, like she was walking backwards, and the grandmother had like a spoon of what would turn her into a mouse. I was just like trying to shove it into her face. And it was really weird.
I'm just looking at the top 100 Halloween films, and it's jogged my memory of the scariest film that I've seen as an adult would be Sinister. It's not in the list.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, it's not in the list, but I've got a weird story about that one. You know, like, have you all seen Sinister?
Yeah, well,
I have not.
You've not? Okay. It's like, I don't want to spoil it, but basically there's a videotape, like VHS, in the attic. I think there's a VHS player with it as well. Is that right, Johnny?
I'm not sure. I think, is it not a film, like an 8mm film? But either way,
Yeah. So they find this film or VHS, whatever it was. I'll have to watch it again to see. But they find it and they put it into the VHS player. And what was it? It shows like previous kills of the demon.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think he found one at first. I can't. No, it's
Yeah.
been a while since I've seen it. He
I
comes
don't want
across more.
to. I don't want to ruin the premise of it, but basically, like this videotape details how they're happening, and then the parents are then hounded by this character and sort of forced to move house. So the weird thing was, we moved house one day, and I went up into the loft of the new place. I'm not sure if it was here, and I went into the loft, and lo and behold, I found a DVD player and a DVD. I was just like, I'm not plugging that in. I'm just going to take it straight to the dump, and I'm just going to pretend it never happened. But
Yeah, brilliant.
you know what happens at the end of that film,
Yeah.
right, Johnny? Yeah. So, like, if we ever move, yeah, I'll speak to you from the other side, guys.
I always thought I want to do that whenever I move out of this house I'm in now. There's kind of a weird crawl space closet in the middle of the hall that just serves no real purpose. I don't know why it's there. And I'm definitely going to I've got some old 16mm film from when I was in film school, and it's all blank, but I'm definitely just going to leave them there with weird labels on them just to creep out whoever moves in after me. Because they'll never have the courage to play them. So...
Or probably the capacity, right? If they're 16mm films.
Yeah.
But that would be a very good Halloween prank. But is Sinister the one that in the theatrical trailer it shows people being run over by a lawnmower?
Yeah.
Okay. I know
it's a really creepy film. It is one of the only films I actually felt frightened of. Or not frightened, but definitely uneasy, and afterwards just a little creeped out. But as an adult, I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah. I mean, for the movies that scare me the most around Halloween, I tend to find the ones that are based off true stories or plausible. Like
The Strangers and stuff like that.
Yes. Because I watched The Strangers, and then I learned it was based off a true story in the Czech Republic, and I was living in the Czech Republic at the time. No.
Yeah, but wasn't the true story of that one? I found out that it said based on true events, and I was like, what? I haven't heard of this. And then I looked it up, and it turns out I think it's the writer or the director or someone. It was just someone knocked on their neighbor's house in the middle of the night, and nothing ever came of it. There's no murder or anything. So the true events were pretty vague.
What I heard about that was that somebody would knock on their house, and it was him and his little brother were home when they were only 10 years old. And the thing was that they answered the door, and it was just some weird person there, and they kind of said, "Are your parents there?" And they said, "Oh yeah, no, they're just in the shower," and the person left. And then they discovered the next day that houses who hadn't answered the door were the houses that got broke into and badly
burgled.
Yeah, so in that case, they were glad they answered the door.
I remember that movie had a creepy line at the end. It's like, why are you doing this? And because you were home.
Yeah.
That's pretty spooky.
Or Funny Games. It's not necessarily a horror movie. Well, no, it is. It's a home invasion movie.
Is that the one that goes off the rails right near the end with the remote control rewinding time and everything?
Oh, was that the one based off the German film? It's about two boys who show up to a house.
Yeah, Tim Roth's in it, right?
Oh, yeah, there's a remake.
Yeah, Tim Roth was in that one, and Naomi Watts or something, I think.
Yeah.
I saw the German version.
And the guy from Boardwalk Empire.
Is that the one where he just tosses her off a raft at the end or something? Casually...
she's tied up.
Yeah. So, okay, there's this scene where they try to break out, and then he grabs a remote control out of nowhere and then rewinds the whole scene. And it was like, where did the superpower come from?
Yeah, it was a remote line on the table. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, did that just come out of nowhere? Because I remember I watched that and I was like, where did that come from? How
Has
did
he
he get
shot his friend?
Yeah, yeah, and then he rewinds the whole thing, and then her hope escapes, and then he ties her up and throws her in the ocean or something. And I was like, I didn't know. Like, oh, there's that rule, right? Where if there's a gun on the mantelpiece in the first act, you have to use it by the third. Was there like a magic remote in the first act that I didn't see?
It was Chekhov's remote. It belonged to Sulu, but they called it Chekhov because their Star Trek wasn't great.
I understand. Okay. It was a weird movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's been so. I haven't seen the remake, but the original, I saw it like years and years ago, so I can't really remember it. Is the remake any good? Because I think it is the same director. It's always weird to me.
That is weird.
Yeah. You know, it's actually a very sinister film, but it's actually also quite sweet that I was thinking of watching this Halloween. Have you ever seen the original Swedish version of Let the Right One?
Oh yeah, yeah. Really like it. I
Is
love
that the little
book.
vampire girl?
Yeah.
I think I saw the remake years ago
Let Me In.
with the hit girl,
Yeah,
Oh.
I haven't seen it. I've heard it's awful.
Nicolas Cage's daughter. Yeah, it was a pretty boring movie.
The book is fantastic, and yeah, the film's great.
The original.
The original, yeah.
Okay.
I'd really recommend the book to people, though.
Yeah, I'll check it out because I think I don't know.
You'd like it. It's very like you like Stephen King, so it's that kind of style.
Do you guys read anything regularly on Halloween? Like, are there any like traditional like books or whatever that you always go back to, like Legend Sleepy Hollow or something?
There's one thing that I like that's kind of based around, horror and stuff. It's actually through a podcast called the Thrilling Adventure Hour. They released a graphic novel and some online comic books of something called Beyond Belief.
Okay. The Thrilling Adventure Hours is the one with Paul F. Tompkins, right?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, I think it's him who plays one of the main characters in Beyond Belief. It's basically him and his wife are drunken mediums, and they sort of solve problems haphazardly.
That's a fun premise.
Yeah, it is good. I do recommend it. I think if I've got copies on my Google Drive, I'll probably send them your way so you can have a look at it before you delve in.
Yeah.
There's this okay, so we're on that. There's this radio show I listen to. He's on all year round, but in around Halloween and Christmas, he puts sort of spooky episode. It's called Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis, and it's kind of like like our generation's Coast to Coast. He's kind of picking up that mantle over.
Right.
And so last week he did this. He had a Ouija board, and it was really compelling radio because him and a producer were doing a Ouija board on the air, and I don't know, it was a lot of fun actually.
It's been done.
Oh yeah, you guys did that. Yes. Yeah, that was a good episode. Those conspiracy guys and disaster.
Yeah. We were meant to do a follow-up with the Scots, but never happened. We will though.
Yeah, we I haven't listened to that in a couple of years. Was it pretty freaky? You guys were freaking out, right?
We were kind of playing it up a bit, maybe for effect.
Right.
Like we got some like movement on the board, but I suspect that was Shane. He's a bit of a messer. But no, the thing I found freaky about it, like Gordo on that episode told a story about like he wouldn't take part. It was me, Shane, and Paul, who was on TCG at the time. It was us three, and Gordo wouldn't take part because he done a Ouija board when he was younger, when he was like a teenager, and yeah, it just freaked him out too much. And what happened when he done it, the Ouija board spelt out the word AIDS, as in the HIV virus, and then apparently when he went into the kitchen and nobody had been in the kitchen, Salt was spelling out the word AIDS on the counter or something like that. I'm making an arse of this story, but
That's pretty spooky, though.
Yeah. But anyway, so Gordo wouldn't take part when we were doing it then. So he just took down he was just writing down the letters the Ouija board was spelling out for us. Sounds like someone's been murdered.
Is there a poltergeist in the background?
Where's that coming from?
I don't know.
Is that
Ireland?
Luke? I think Luke thinks he muted the mic maybe, but he didn't.
Sorry if I was making noise there. I just thrown something on the fire, but
Okay.
just in case that's spooky in the background, just I noticed it was dying. So it was spelling AIDS everywhere. That's crazy. Gordo's in the chat right now.
Sorry?
Gordo's in the chat right now, believe it or not. You've summoned him. He says, I'm in the sugar club right now, so I can't hear yous. But
Are you doing a live show right now?
You were speaking about him, and Gordo's appeared.
That is weird.
Yeah,
Hey, Gordo.
Johnny, I'm afraid. Welcome to the wonderful world of AIDS.
This is actually how it spreads. But anyway, so Gordo was taking notes when we were doing it, just like writing down the letters that were coming out. And it was just, you can listen to the episode, it was just random gibberish. We couldn't make anything out of it. But Gordo's also got like quite messy handwriting. And when we finished up and packed up and everybody went home, I was clearing up my table. And I saw the notepad Gordo had, and it was upside down. And just the way he had written it, it's upside down. It looked like it spelled out AIDS.
That is creepy.
Like there was a U, but the way he had it like scribbled or something, it looked like an A or whatever. But that was about the creepiest thing to happen during that. So like it's a huge stretch to try and find something spooky from it.
But I think if I remember I listened to this again 2 years ago. Weren't you talking about like you have to really fully commit to the Ouija board? Like, you'll have someone who's a messer, but you'll always need someone who's sticking their hand in and, trying to let it be natural, because your arm's supposed to be in a kind of way that it's almost naturally moving because it's hurting a wee bit.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that though is so as the audio motor movement works. If you're hurting, your muscles are getting weaker, and you're probably going to move the yoke, whatever it's called, accidentally and not notice. Because that's the same thing like originally, like when they used to do it in seances, you were meant to, if two people were doing it, you would sit down, touch knees, and then put the Ouija board on both of your knees and then do it. And that just made it more likely that your knees would move as well and you wouldn't notice, and it'd be easier to like just spell something out subconsciously or whatever. It's all essentially like everything you're meant to do when doing the Ouija board is just so as you're more likely to subconsciously start moving it and not realize it.
So would you believe any of the stories about Ouija boards and them causing hauntings, or
no, not a chance.
Not a chance.
No.
You'd be rather skeptical?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with being skeptical about the right things. Like the fact that there's so many rules that you need to abide by for like a spirit to communicate with you, I just can't buy into that.
Well, I mean, I was using a board once, and it was really, really creepy. And it was just me. I know you're supposed to have two people. And it just kept flicking. It went like I, then to T, then to S, and then space, then M-E. It's a me. It's a me. And then I realized it was Luigi board. So it's a bad joke. Luigi. But can I just this is completely off topic, but has anyone noticed like really hot girls tend to dress as Luigi for some reason?
Yeah, I guess it's because he's the taller one or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why is
Luigi
Luigi not Mario?
Always Luigi.
I thought
Yeah,
it was
Tom-
all about Waluigi now.
That's the purple Luigi.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, there's this huge thing about like I think because he wasn't included in one of the recent games, people went off and started making memes about how he's the most attractive one or something.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Are they
But
from an alternate dimension? Like, where'd he come from? Because Wario lived in the woods, right? Like, he was rejected from polite society. Were they? Were they? They're evil twins or something? I forget the lore.
I think that I know as a fact that Waluigi isn't Wario's brother, that he's the parallel for Luigi. But
Okay.
look, I think what is it, Miyamoto who made Nintendo? I think he just simply says, "Here, I'm making up a character," or he did, and people were just like, "Grand."
Oh, I see.
Okay, so on the subject of Waluigi, I have a spooky story for you guys.
Okay, first of the evening.
Do any of you remember Yoshi's girlfriend? Don't Google it, just think.
The pink one.
Is she the one that has the egg? She in from Mario 2?
Birdo, is it?
Is that who it
I
is?
can't remember.
So
at all.
Luke remembers this. Okay. Can you recall what Birdo looks like?
With the bow? With the bow, right? The bow on her head.
Birdo is pink. Pink has a bow,
Shoots eggs out of her nose.
and I don't want to wreck your story, Dan, but I'm going to type something into the private chat. Tell me this isn't what you're going to say.
No, that's not what I was going to say. However,
Birdo is a male character.
Birdo is the first example of a sort of kind of transgender character that changes between games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but also there are a lot of people who don't seem to remember Birdo at all.
Like,
Well,
Mandela
I have
effect?
no memory of.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
this some
And
sort
when
of-
they look at Birdo, they think, "Isn't this just like a Yoshi crossed with like one of those plants that shoot bullets in the
Is
game?"
this,
Like,
are you talking about some sort of Mangala effect?
Mangala.
The
Mangala?
Nazi who changed history?
Yeah, have you guys not heard of this? Okay, so the Mengele effect is it's where people can't remember whether or not Joseph Mengele died after in the Nuremberg trials or after Operation Paperclip brought him over, and he died in like 1974 or something. You know?
Yeah, in my timeline they call it the Mandela effect, but yeah,
That's
I
absurd.
get what you mean. No, so I hadn't heard of this Birdo character. My brother hadn't. However, full disclaimer, we never owned any Nintendo consoles. So we asked my friend who's always had them. He didn't know what the hell this thing was. And then we asked my brother's friend, and he immediately recognized her. So the perception of this character is crazy because apparently she's a playable character in Mario Kart Double Dash, but she's a trophy in Super Smash Brothers Melee.
Like a trophy wife?
No, like a trophy that you get for doing one of the challenges. And
I don't know, man.
he does not recall this character being in the game, but she's there now. So, yeah, freaky.
So that's basically you're saying that you were Mandela affected, that there's a character that you didn't realize.
Johnny's the same, I think, in this chat.
Yeah,
right now, 50-50.
Are you guys deliberately mispronouncing Mengele?
Isn't it Mengele? Joseph Mengele? I don't know.
Mengele, the Mengele effect.
Look, I mean, like, I totally agree that, like, did Mowgli die in the Jungle Book or did he appear in, like, Fisherman's Wharf? Like, the Mowgli effect is very, very troubling for our time.
Mengele. Oh wow, that's changed for me. But yeah,
Yeah.
I thought it was just Mengele with an L at the end. But
I had a Mandela effect in all seriousness recently.
yeah,
That I swore that Carrie Lam, who's like the head of the Hong Kong protests and now I'm banned in China, But anyway, the Carrie Lam, the head of the Hong Kong government for the protests, had cancelled the law which the protesters were protesting about, and that had happened about 4 or 5 weeks ago. And then it was just on the news last week. She's cancelled it, and I swore that I had seen it happen.
I was the same, yeah, but then I wasn't sure. Maybe maybe it was when you said it. I like filed what you told me in the wrong memory, and then a few days later thought I had been Mandela affected. So is Mandela affected by a Mandela effect? I don't know.
Yeah,
This is the problem with human memory. We're not infallible, are we? I like the Mengele effect, though. I think I'm going to start using that.
I don't know. I still don't know what you guys are talking about.
that would have been that. I
Do you
think
remember
a better rated podcast to have revealed that on.
Oh man, do you remember that episode of The Simpsons where Stephen Hawking's like, Homer, your theory of a donut-shaped universe is intriguing. I may have to steal it.
Just so we know that Ash 0787 says in the chat, a lot of famous names have apparently changed, e.g. Werner von Braun.
Yeah.
E.G.'s his first name now?
So that's my brother, by the way, and he says that whoever made the art for the thumbnail for this stream has some skill. So I assume that's you, Luke.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so that's the first scary story here. So, who wants to go next, or shall I go next?
I mean, I thought my AIDS Ouija board story was pretty scary.
It's pretty fucking.
Oh no! I thought that was pretty scary, but like, I take your saving the A game for later, Johnny.
You
Yeah,
might be wrong about that.
So, have you guys ever witnessed UFOs? Do you believe in aliens at all? Or?
Okay. Okay. I saw something sort of like that when I lived way up north, but it ended up just being a bear.
Okay.
You thought you saw a UFO, but it was a bear?
Well, it was more like an unidentified ground object.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a really big bear.
Because if it was a flying bear would scare me more than an actual flying saucer.
Well, I don't know. Big bears are pretty scary, when you really see them.
Okay. Yeah. This
right.
brings me back to the Mengele effect. So, have you guys heard of what's it called now? It's like a golden something bear. It's like a variant of an Asian black bear.
Is it the one with a circle on its tummy?
Oh, it's a golden moon
like
bear.
A Care Bear?
It kind of looks a bit like that.
When you search for golden moon bear, they come up on Cryptid Wiki. Okay. But there are videos on YouTube of this bear, and apparently it is a separate coloration of an Asian black bear.
There's a Pokemon made after that.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. I'm not sure what the name is.
Like, since everyone here's in and around 30, I'm just going to lie and say Barosaurus, because none of you is going to actually Google that to prove me wrong.
Wait a minute. Are you not a Pokemon fan?
Oh goodness!
I'm gonna Google it.
Actually, getting on the theme of Pokemon very briefly and to quasi scary stories. Has anyone ever heard of Lavender Town syndrome?
Is that the one where everybody in a small town went kind of crazy when they heard the music? Something like that?
Yes, that in the original Pokemon, that was Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, there was a town which was called Lavender Town. Yes. It wasn't like a gym where you fought against other Pokemon. They had a giant tower which was filled with the graves of dead Pokemon. So it was a pretty much not the funnest place.
Yeah, that was the ghost town.
Yeah, it was the ghost town.
Yeah.
And then in the background, they played this music. And the whole thing was that they said, the music actually has effects which make people feel depressed and have actually led to suicides. But it's actually only the Japanese version of the music. It's been changed from the. It's been changed from the. In the English version, they removed some background sounds, but they say Lavender Town Syndrome is a real thing. Had any of you guys ever heard of that? That it caused suicide?
Yeah. I remember. Actually, I did a bunch of research for this. I had an episode planned about this a long time ago for a completely separate project.
You've just ruined it.
Oh, never mind then.
No, what?
No, Lucas ruined it for you. So he had this whole idea set up.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
No. It was a weird thing. There have been a bunch of weird things associated with Pokemon, but yeah, the music. I forget how it caused it, but I forgot. I have to look at the research again. But I remember I found this years ago. I remember when it was first. I think I remember like Wired magazine or EGM or something.
Can I briefly play the music to see if you guys think it's creepy?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm just
Wait. Is there a potential threat to us right now, or?
Yes.
Okay, let Dan go first.
Okay, Dan. This is welcome to the Hallowstream. So we're going to screen share. Okay, so I'm going to share the audio from my screen. Okay, it says Chrome tab. Okay, I'm going to share this now so you can see this. So I'm going to play it. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
And that takes me back.
Yeah, it's basically that, but they say that it caused like a bunch of people to it caused a bunch of people to go crazy and commit suicide. But
Is it because they were listening to it for 10 hours? Like,
Yeah, I think
can't
10
believe
minutes.
there's a 10-hour mix.
did you see there's 2 10-hour mixes? What are the views on that?
I believe that they're incredibly high.
Tempting fate, huh?
Have you ever listened to a 10-hour mix of anything?
There was a True Detective thing where they had Matthew McConaughey just kind of nodding his head for 10 hours. I got about like 4 minutes in.
Yeah.
Peaced out.
I had for what do they say? Hey Ya was by Outkast. That there's a mix of that, which is that they play the start of the song, and you know that he goes into all right, say now ladies.
Yeah.
But they kept just mixing it, so he says all right for 10 minutes. That after like 10 minutes, it suddenly just clicks into the rest of the song.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's
They
weird.
play that at clubs or what?
I mean, I suppose they could play it at clubs, but then, I don't think the DJ would be hired again.
It depends if they're the people were vibing.
Yeah. Well, people would listen to anything. So, okay, I'm going to tell you a scary story, if that's cool by you guys.
Definitely.
Yeah, sounds
I'm going
good.
to link it back to my podcast, which is Scapegoat, where we see who gets the blame and who gets away with murder, sometimes literally. And I'm going to tell you that Halloween itself has been scapegoated. So the idea of this comes from, have you ever heard of people giving out poisoned candy?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's gotten so extreme that people actually now send their kids' candy off to be x-rayed. So this actually originally started off with a scare in the 1960s where a woman was handing out like inappropriate stuff to kids. So she has sent out like steel wool, if you know what that is. It's like something used to clean dishes, and then wrapped up dog biscuits and gave like really inappropriate like gifts to kids. But her reason for doing this was she claimed, oh, hey, I thought the kids in the neighborhood who were looking at this stuff, they were too old to be trick-or-treating. This wasn't like cool, but it kind of made national news. So went all around America, the idea that people were giving out poison candy, but it had never happened. Then in 1975, a man called Ronald O'Brien was trick-or-treating with his son and his daughter. And basically, he went out trick-or-treating with them and another father and his kids. So at one of the houses, it was black inside, and he told them to go on to the next house, and he stayed at the door. And he caught up with his kids about 5 minutes later and said, "Oh, here, the guy at that house gave us pixie sticks." So they have these pixie sticks. And he's got 5 of them, and he gives 2 to his kids, 2 to his neighbor's kids. When he's going into the house, he sees a kid who he knows from his church, and he gives him the pixie stick. Now, when they are going inside, the son says, "Here, can I have some of my Halloween candy now?" And the dad says yes. So the son says, "Okay, I'll have this pixie stick." He tastes it, and it's got a really, really bitter taste. So the son tastes this and says, "This doesn't taste good." And then the dad says, "Oh, here, why don't you drink down some Kool-Aid and that'll get rid of the bad taste?" Because remember, kids, always drink the Kool-Aid or Flavor Aid if may available. So the son, after a wee bit, starts convulsing in the bathroom, and he's throwing up violently. And eventually they call 999 or 911 because they were in the United States. But the child unfortunately dies. And when the people come in to investigate, they learn that his pixie stick had over 3 times the amount of potassium cyanide to kill adult. And they tested the other 4 pixie sticks, the one he had given to his daughter, the one he had given to the one the neighbors had gotten, the one the church boy, and they all had huge amount of potassium cyanide in them. Now, they had some of the pixie sticks in them, but the potassium cyanide was at the top, and the tops had been stapled closed. So they asked Ronald, "Would you be able to point to the house who gave you these?" So he went around and said, "I can't remember." But because it was raining that night, he had actually only been down to like 2 streets. So they said, "Come on, you've been into 2 streets trick-or-treating. You're bound to know which one gave you these." Till eventually he kind of just pointed to a house and said, "There." And then they went to that house, and they learned that the guy who was in charge of that was an air traffic controller who lived alone. And he had been working until like 11:30 that night, so he couldn't have been in the house that time. So the story goes that they looked into the behavior of Ronald, and about 3 weeks before Halloween, he had took out $10,000 life insurance on both his children. 2 weeks before, he took out $20,000 more of life insurance, and he took $20,000 out 3 days before the end. And at his son's funeral, he was explaining to the grieving friends and family how he would spend the money, saying that he had been massively in debt. So there was people believing that strangers were giving out poisoned pixie sticks, but the story ends up being that was Ronald poisoned his own son because he was massively in debt and he wanted to have a lot of money. And that's what caused people to believe that people are poisoning kids. But the thing was that Ronald was arrested. He was killed in 1984, and he was so hated for killing a child that basically even all the rest of the prisoners celebrated when he died. So that's how Halloween is scapegoated.
That's pretty heavy. Yeah,
it's fairly grim.
That's on the same level as the nonces in jail who get attacked by other inmates.
Yeah, but killing your own kid for money. But that's the reason why that's a scapegoat, for instance, of why people think Halloween's most dangerous. Do you know what the most highest danger to kids on Halloween is?
I'm not. No, actually, probably something really stupid.
Getting hit by cars.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because there's so many people.
Worse than demons?
There's so many. Well, the demons might not be reported, and they might file.
That's what I usually think.
Only like 3% of demon-related crimes are reported.
Well, we need to get.
Are they just? All right, go ahead.
No.
Johnny wants to do an improv bit about this. Come on, Johnny.
No, it's gone now.
It's not now. Well, you know, going back to what you were saying earlier on, like the majority of these demons are at bay because they're being impersonated. But when was the last time you saw someone dressed up as Candyman, for example?
I've seen someone dressed up as a transformer as a car.
That's too shitting everyone.
Well, I mean, if I saw someone properly dressed as Candyman for the bees, that'd be a really good this costume.
I can't really remember what Candyman looks like.
He was a guy.
Tony Todd. Right?
Yeah,
Tony Todd?
Yeah.
And he had a hook for a hand.
Like, is he the same guy from Lover's Lane?
No, that's a different. Well, that could be because
How do we know?
They only discovered the hook on the car, so perhaps that. Talking of Lover's Lane, does anyone have any Halloween urban legends that they'd like to share?
Ooh.
Well, what's your favorite urban legend? Like just
Mothman.
of the standard one, Mothman. What about Bloody Mary and stuff like that? The ones that, you know,
I always heard different versions of that, and I think that's what always threw me. That you know, when people around the schoolyard were saying you had to say different things, and that made it less realistic.
Well, I remember Bloody Mary because you say it 3 times in a mirror, and some lady shows up and she serves you a drink.
Like the Candyman. He turns up, he's got a box of Malwams or something.
Yeah. Just be careful, Gord. If Mengele turns up and gives you a drink, I wouldn't take it.
Like I'm a big fan of like urban legends that spread in the last few decades. Kind of like Slenderman. Like, you know, internet-based urban legends.
Okay, I do have one actually. My favorite one, my favorite internet-based urban legend was it's probably, I think it's the first one. It's in the 90s. Came about Polybius.
That's exactly what I was leading to. Yeah.
Is this the 80s?
Yeah,
game?
it's one of my favorites. It's one of my all-time favorite stories. Here, Johnny, you want to take the lead
No,
on this
no.
one or what? Okay,
No,
because I think I am going to do an episode on this one actually. That's what.
Believe it or not, so am I.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I had actually I never uploaded it because. Okay, before you get into it, so you've seen Bandersnatch, the Black Mirror episode?
Yeah.
No, I didn't watch it because I was too freaked out that they were gonna mine my data like they mined it. Remember we had that whole conversation about how
yeah.
It's like they're gonna know which way who you'll choose in a family. Yeah.
I made the most elaborate YouTube video about Bandersnatch, about the different influences from it. So like stuff like the game designer being kind of like based on Philip K. Dick, and just stuff like that. And I had a whole bit about Polybius because like it's the episode set in the 80s and all that. And then what I was going to do, I was going to make it a choose your own adventure sort of, because like YouTube had I can't remember what it was called, but at the time YouTube had an option where you could put up annotations and they would link to a different video. So what I was essentially doing was making 6 videos and you could choose which thing to find out about or whatever. Anyway, when I went to upload the videos, YouTube had ended that feature the day before. It was the first. Yeah, it was the first. They ended it on the 1st of January or whatever. So I had made like 6 videos about Bandersnatch and one of them on Polybius that I just could never use.
Oh,
would you not be able to use end cards to do that?
I would have to like re-edit the way I had it done. It was like it happened in the midway during one video. You could click to go into the other, so I'd have to like take them all apart and re-edit them. So it's the option only comes up at the end, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So this is going to be a Patreon only thing for Disaster Artists, right?
Yeah, and I'll have to like explain it better than I just did. But yeah. Anyway, sorry. So that was a pain.
Well, you know, I actually, doing the research for this one, I actually did come across I forget what the you know. Okay, I will have to do the episode because I do have all this research done, and I did end up finding a very specific MK Ultra. I went and I looked through all the MK Ultra sub projects, and I found one that that I matched to like it was a how do you use frequencies generated through screens to mess with people's heads. But so I actually did find it was possible with the technology by that era. But okay, there's this whole thing about how the graphics of the arcades worked, and they wouldn't have been able to. Oh, do you guys know about video, like how the arcade they had what was it? It was raster based.
Yeah. Was this Polybius vector based?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
we should, for people listening, we haven't really actually explained what Polybius is.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the idea was in Portland, Oregon, back in like 1981, a video game starts showing up in the arcades. No one ever heard of it. But what would happen is, psychoactive effects would happen to players who'd play the game. They get like amnesia or insomnia. They'd hallucinate. And then what would happen is these men in black would come and they'd go into the arcades and they would empty out. They wouldn't empty out any of the change, but they would take the data. And everybody it was like kind of a friend of a friend. Everybody knew someone. Like there was one kid who committed suicide or something after they played it or whatever. But then one day, all these arcade games, all over Portland, the Polybius game, the cabinet, it just disappeared with no trace. And it was made by this mysterious company named Sinneschlossen or something. It's this weird nonsense. It's not really a full German word, but it meant like sensory delete or something, sense delete or something. And so, but right. it's like what if someone had taken like a German word and they didn't know how to speak German, they made up this company name. Like as if they were using a translator or something. And then what happened was, what was this guy, Kurt Kohler, whatever. He owned coinop.org. And so he submitted a tip to a magazine that I used to read actually called GamePro. I liked EGM better, Electronic Game Monthly, but I read GamePro sometimes. And he submitted, it was like early 2000s, to an issue of GamePro. And they included it in a story. And so what happened is a myth that had started by a post on his website, coinop.org. He knew it wasn't real, I think, as far as I can remember. And then he sends it to GamePro. He had a friend there or something, I think, and they published it. And then that's how everybody started hearing about it. If you're in the gaming scene in the early 2000s, and the guy was thinking Roach. There's a Roach. His name is Roach or something. Steve Roach, is that right? Anyways, it turns out there's all this weird stuff started happening. So this idea that this myth was spreading long after it would have taken place. They didn't have the internet back in the 80s, but it turns out no one ever actually played this game. There's no record of it, and so it just kind of showed up as one of the first internet urban legends. And it's really kind of a fascinating thing, and I've always really been into this story since I first heard about it in the early 2000s.
I do wonder if it's
did I summarize it well enough? Sorry.
Yeah, no, that was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah. What did you want to say, Dan?
Do you not think it might have been a Mengele effect?
Well, okay. So, there has to be a basis for the memory first, though, right? Because this kind of showed up out of nowhere. But the weird thing is people did. Yes, people did. Yes, that's the weird part. So, whether it exists or not, whether it's some sort of secret government project or whatever, I don't know. I did find out though that the Men in Black. I remember in my research, I came across this idea of the Men in Black, and it turns out that actually some of those arcades actually had been accused of money laundering, and there might have been like prostitution or something in the back or something. So it is possible that there were police actually investigating the place, or feds or something, right?
Yeah.
And I think so it is plausible. So there are certain plausible elements to the story which lend credence to it.
Yeah, and like so many of the games of that time were very similar that I'm sure people do remember some obscure game with
Tempest or something, like it looked like that.
yeah,
I think it looked
or
like Tempest. I think that was how people usually remember it.
And if it was a
Yeah,
game that had totally different graphics to everything else in the whole arcade, that would have people talking, surely.
you would imagine so, yeah. But in some versions of the Myths, it's like there was queues in arcades to play this game, and like people were getting addicted to it.
Right.
And like you would remember that for certain. Like if
Well, I mean, you'd almost have an interest newspaper piece, like, in the, Oregon Herald or something, being like, teens crazed to new video games. Is it the new Space Invaders or something? But
yeah.
but Ash in the comments has said that my friend used to know a super hacker in the 80s, and apparently he had a website that could put you into a trance. So just linking to that. I mean, thinking off that, does anyone know the illusionist Darren Brown?
Yeah, of course.
Not personally.
but
He had a bit, and it's very good to watch on YouTube, that he had somebody playing a zombie shooter game. It was like a cabinet game. Then he put him under a trance, and they actually tricked him into thinking into a scenario where there was actors playing zombies, and he thought it was real life. I do think that video games can be quite hypnotizing. Like, I've watched some YouTube videos which are hypnotism to make you like feel drunk or something.
Mhm.
Like, I watched that like out of boredom once, and it does. Like, even those spirals, and it's always somebody being like, you're losing all the things in your body, and you're feeling the weight going away. Deep breaths. And then, the counting 10, 9, that actually does tend to have an effect on me.
Right. Yeah, it's something
And-
that never really affected me.
And I'm kind of think that video games, they could build you up because they can get you to focus very much on one point, and they might be able to alter your perception.
Yeah, well, there's so many stories of people that like suffer from severe video game addiction, like that just don't leave their computer and are just found like dead in their office chair or whatever.
Yeah.
that's
lots
like
of
me one day.
I remember, like, where do they usually happen? Like Korea, right? Where the
South Korea.
hyper-competitive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That like gaming in South Korea is serious, and it's a televised sport.
Yeah.
So
intense.
if there are people who take it seriously, like you can look online and there's people who have like a giant burn in their arm because they're like didn't move their arm, or their arm was moved across like a corrosive enough surface so much that it caused this. But
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
do they have that? Is that because like do they have some sort of equivalent to baseball or football or something that's on a massive scale there, or like why did they attach?
baseball's big. Yeah, I mean, if anybody isn't a Korean baseball, go KT Wiz. That's my Korean baseball team. But no, that's true. They are based in Suwon. That was my baseball team. But yeah, but no, the thing is that sports are kind of big, but Korea's one of those places that, I always found that like there wasn't like a universal overall sport, because if you're in the UK or Ireland, I think more people will be playing soccer or football than anything else. Well, in Korea, there was a great deal of people playing ice hockey or doing ice skating or doing football or doing baseball. That was like very subdivided.
I always think it's funny when everybody else calls it ice. They put ice in front of hockey or skating. In Canada, that's just
In this
we have the long
country,
winter.
it's hockey, and then that crazy thing you do on the ice where you smash the shit out of each other.
That's funny.
Do Canadians?
It's so scary. I can't see how they can do it.
So yeah, what's the question? Do Canadians?
I mean, do Canadians know of the concept of field hockey?
Yeah, actually, for some ridiculous reason, lacrosse is our national sport, even though no one, not no one. So a lot of people play. It's. I guess it's more of like a French. It's more like a French thing, right? Because Quebec kind of there's like a contention between the East and the West where Quebec has more votes, so they tend to control a lot of the government. So somehow lacrosse became the national sport, even though more people grew up playing hockey.
That just brings me back to the South Park film.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know there's no Canada like the French Canada.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Gord, with sorry to interrupt.
That's all
I
right.
just interrupted somebody.
Yeah, go for it.
In Canada with football, because you've got the Canadian Football League.
Yes. Oh,
Do
sorry.
you
Go ahead.
Is it just called football, or do you call it American football?
No, we just call it football. Although we do play with different dimensions across the field. You know, here since I don't know, here I just had to look up in Canada. Apparently, it's only the national summer sport. Okay, so just
Okay.
factual here.
Is hockey the winter sport?
It is, although it's winter for like, depending on where you are in Canada, it's winter longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, Canada, the CFL. Actually, the Rock played in the CFL, I think, for a while.
Yeah.
So the CFL, like they have different rules. So the dimensions of the field are smaller, as far as I know. I never really played football. I played.
And
I
we
played
are
basketball,
talking about the
actually.
American version, right?
Oh yeah, because you guys think of this as the one where you play that ridiculous game where you don't use your arms.
Yeah.
Well, the
we play-
premise is in the name, like football.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah. No, I think what we should do is we should rename soccer Hand Egg,
Mhm.
and then you should just take football as the Americans.
But
Yeah,
but
make
the
more
only
sense.
person who puts their hands on it is the goalkeeper.
Yeah, but it's like we play football with a kind of like egg-shaped ball, and like we use our hands a lot, don't we?
Well, are you talking about rugby?
Wow.
This is so confusing.
Yeah.
So, sorry,
the nuance here is off the chart.
I'm getting confused here with the Mengali effect. Like,
You
you
see,
know.
it's in Ireland you have Gaelic football, which is Irish football, which uses both hands and feet. But then we also have soccer, which we just call football.
Yeah. See,
So we've got two footballs.
I think it's termed
completely
as
different sport.
association football on Wikipedia, like soccer that the Americans would call it. So maybe
Yeah.
we should just rename it to association football and be done with it, and they can
you know-
call theirs football.
Do you know, Dan, it was the British who first called it soccer?
Really?
Yeah,
Because we wore the fucking long socks or something.
Why would they do such a thing?
No.
What a
Soccer.
travesty.
Soccer stands for like association something.
Association football. Maybe.
So it has nothing to do with socks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Luke, I was going to ask about soccer in Korea. Have you ever heard of the Cheonnam Dragons?
Of Chan'an. I know Chan'an is a town. I wouldn't really know the Chan'an Dragons. No.
Yeah, see, I remember picking them on, I think it was FIFA 2011, and they were my favorite team on there. Their name has changed since
Yes.
2014. That's a bit weird.
You see, that's the typical thing about Korea is a lot of the teams tend to be sponsored by big companies. For instance, Hyundai or Samsung. So the
Okay.
thing is that like they're like, for instance, the team I support, for instance, baseball was KT Wiz, and Wiz stands for Wizards. Previously, they had been the Hyundai Unicorns, and they just changed their name and moved.
I'm looking at the history of the Jeonnam Dragons, and it says, curiously, the team's classic rival, Jeonbuk Hyundai Motors, was established the same year.
Yeah. No, but it's kind of getting that way a wee bit in the UK that like you have places that would say Newcastle plays at the Sports Direct Arena, but people would just say it's St. James's Park.
Yeah, I think renaming arenas is kind of it doesn't need to be done, and it happens with NFL and stuff as well.
Yeah. So from that, would you be able to, getting back to the thread of urban legends, where we kind of moved a little bit far off, that Gord had just mentioned the hook. That are there any other urban legends that you guys like? Because Johnny, you were saying that you like the really contemporary ones like Slender Man. Is there? Don't you think there's an awful lot of really bad stuff out there as well?
Oh well, of course. Like they're all essentially just the same. There's just repetition, but it's not so much the sort of ones that somebody went out of their way to create online, but just like I guess like videos that sort of, like some creepy video that emerged online, and then people built an urban legend around it. Like well, I can't remember her name, but the woman who disappeared in the hotel and was found in the
Yes,
water
that was
tank.
her name was Lamb.
Lisa Lamb.
Lisa
Lisa
Lamb.
Lamb, yeah.
Alyssa Lamb.
No, okay. And like the sort of urban legend that sprang up around that was something called the elevator game. Have you heard that?
I've not, and I've
No.
Sorry?
no.
What's the elevator game?
Is anybody else hearing that weird like humming?
No, I
No,
think that
okay.
might have just been Dan's computer. He turns
Is
his mic on and off a bit.
Is it just EVP?
No, it must be me. If I'm
No,
still
I think
here.
I think it might have been mine, unless it was EVP.
But
Are
go
you
on
hearing?
ahead.
Are you hearing Annie humming now?
No.
It's because I muted
then
my mic. I muted my mic. It's probably
No, but I'm still hearing. No, it's my audio. It's something I'm hearing because I'm trying to monitor myself. But anyway, yeah. So that with the CCTV footage of her, where she's it looks like she's being followed, or she thinks she's been followed,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and she leaves the elevator and then is found like. I believe she was found for like a number of days or even weeks.
Yes, she was found in the water tank.
Yeah.
A few weeks later.
What was that?
Sorry, that is just my phone. I was just checking the stream for a second.
Oh, okay.
Off mic.
that was your deep voice. Did you hear that? For the
That's
first
how
time?
I was wondering. It's like, oh, so that's how it sounds.
Yeah.
But there is apparently this game called the elevator game. It's a ritual that'll bring you to another world. And I think maybe that there's a film, like an M. Night Shyamalan produced film that might be based on it. But apparently it's some Japan and South Korean sort of folklore.
Oh, I've heard of this. I actually have
Oh.
heard of this.
Okay, see, I think you need 13 floors or 10 floors. Maybe it's 10. So yeah, it's something I could never try in Ireland. We don't have any tall enough buildings. And you go in a particular order in the elevator by yourself. So I can't really remember the order.
I think I have heard of this.
And
Yeah.
but apparently the thing is, once you reach the 10th floor, you exit into another world. Or
Yes, I remember.
the afterlife or something like that. There's different variations of it. And so like that's the urban legend that people kind of suggest she was at least trying to play the elevator game, and maybe wasn't was also on something maybe, or she just came from another world.
Yeah. I mean, the Hotel Cecil that the Hotel Cecil, I don't know what way is pronounced it, that this actually happened at and was famous for like a lot of seedy stuff. It was at Skid Row, and it's like where, what you call him, Richard Ramirez, the Night Strangler,
Yeah,
stayed. But
is that where Sid Vicious died?
I would believe it might be.
Yeah.
They've changed the name of it now, but that was a very infamous hotel. But
Or where he killed Nancy or something like that.
yeah, but you'd wonder what a well-to-do Asian tourist would be doing in that particular hotel.
Yeah.
Somebody, I seem to remember there being something about mental health mentioned.
Yes.
Maybe the reason this happened.
But the twist in the story was that she was found in a water tank and it was locked from the outside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the water tower.
So there was definitely the suggestion of foul play.
But also, if she was there that long, like it could have been unlocked when she went in, and then somebody, not knowing anybody had been in there, had like locked it a number of days later or something.
Yeah, perhaps.
So this game, how did it spread?
Sorry,
How did people find out about the game? The elevator
I
game.
think. Well, she was. I think she was from Korea, and I think it's a popular sort of myth there anyway. So I don't think it really needed to spread. If that's what if you mean, how did she find out about it?
Yeah.
Or how did we-
Because these things kind of, urban myths were the viral
Yeah.
like the memes before the internet,
Because
right?
just so you know, and this is just telling you a little bit about Korean elevators, is in Korea, elevators do not have the key number 4 on them. Because the number 4 key in Korea and Chinese,
They're 13.
it is very close to the Chinese
it
letter
in deaf?
and Hangul for deaf. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Oh.
But they like 8, right?
I don't know if they I worked on the
Yeah.
8th floor. I never really heard anything about 8.
I thought I heard something like that before. Yeah. So what was the word again? The Chinese word of death?
So does that mean their game wouldn't work here because we use different numbers?
No. It's just the way it works is that it goes 1, 2, 3, some other symbol, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like it's not like
yeah, it's like floor 12B or whatever.
Yeah, like there's sometimes you'll go to a restaurant and they'll skip out table 12 and they'll go straight to table 14.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was more of her, it was more like, nobody liked hitting the 4th button and everything. It was kind of superstitious. It was like not writing your name in red was the other superstition that you shouldn't do, is never write somebody's name in red.
Okay.
What
Because
does that cause?
well, the thing is that red is what they write on when somebody's dead. So it's kind of like a premonition for death. So that's another bit. But yeah, Ash is saying in the comments, wasn't it also that it would have been difficult for her to climb up there, especially to accidentally get in there?
The thing
Again,
that
going back to
interests
Alyssa
me
Lam.
about that, though, is allegedly she had bipolar disorder. Now, if she was off medication and the reason she was hiding in that lift is she was seeing entities, as people with bipolar do see things out of the corner of their eye sometimes, is there a possibility she would have gone into somewhere dark to try to escape from that?
Hello?
He's muted his mic. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. So I know someone who has bipolar disorder, and they, before they were medicated, they saw, cats walking past in the house or people in cupboards and things. So I can imagine if she was unmedicated, it would explain why she was sort of jittery and hiding.
Yeah.
I don't know how much it would explain the hand movements and stuff, the strange movements, because I've not personally seen that. But everyone would react differently, I'd imagine. So,
but no matter what was going on with her mentally, it seems very weird to me that she would go in that direction. That somebody, a stranger in this building that they don't know, would actually go to the top floor, go onto the roof or whatever, and actually go to where the water tank was. Because it's been suggested like it was suicide. She was on something or had a mental illness and committed suicide. But I feel like most people wouldn't even know that there's water tanks in these buildings that size. Like,
No, but this is what I'm trying to understand about it. Like, if she did have bipolar disorder, the only escape from those sort of images may have been to go somewhere dark. But
Yeah,
if the only place was the water tank, and maybe she was just so exhausted she just drowned. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
a stretch, isn't it? It's weird. But if you're in psychosis, do you know that you've just climbed into a water tank? It's
yeah,
it's difficult
yes.
to say, isn't it? And then someone locking her in afterwards, you know, something doesn't add up there. Definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty creepy story. And I would say foul play, but the thing for me is it's a story that's never really been adequately solved, but I always tend to find it one of the less compelling stories told on audio because there isn't a great conclusion.
Yeah.
Because it's such a tease, if you know what I mean.
It's not. Yeah, it's not like the unfortunate case recently where was it a Korean pop star who was attacked in an elevator and you could see the perpetrator and everything.
Not, I can't say that's true or not.
Uh,
I
it,
know an awful lot about Korean elevators, but not that much.
something that happened recently. It was I think it was a K-pop star was attacked in an elevator, and I don't know if it was her who died or there was a similar incident, but you could see the attacker in the lift take the body, and was on CCTV. You know, Eliza Lamb was alone at the time,
Yeah.
so the only way they would ever get a conclusion is to check all of the CCTV to the roof around the time, because was the elevator the only access, or were there other ways the staff could have got up there, for example?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not getting here nothing about a K-pop star in an elevator, but you know, it could be anything. It could,
I
like,
think she was attacked but not killed. However, there was a recent incident of someone being killed. I'll try and find it for you.
okay, because when I think of someone being attacked in an elevator, I think of that American football star who beat up his, was that Michael Vick? I
Wasn't that the
think.
guy that had dog fighting?
Although the
Yeah,
Michael
that,
Vick is a guy of
yeah.
dog fighting. But yeah. Yeah. Believe it or not, I kind of spooked myself there. That's why I disappeared for a minute. Was I went to check my door was locked because I looked over at my dog at the window, and then you know you see something in the corner of your eye. It's like, is that
Oh.
some person? Better make sure my door's locked.
I've been having that for the last like 2 weeks. Every night I'm having a jump scare thinking that there's somebody in my house because my housemate has like a big like clothes horse and he's left it in the living room to like dry clothes, and I keep forgetting it's there, and almost every night I'll end up going to the bathroom, not bothering to turn on a light, and just past that the door will be opened and past that and think that there's just like there's like a white towel hanging on it or something like that. So
Yeah.
I just think there's just this like Slender Man-esque character just standing watching me.
Yeah, because it's like the thing about having a dog is there's like a 50% chance my dog would go berserk, and there's a 50% chance he would just stay
Try and play with
asleep.
them. Oh, okay.
Oh no! My old dog would have, like, if a burglar turned up, he would have happily led him around to all the valuables.
That's for the way my dog would be.
Yeah,
He would just get excited, like new people.
yeah. I think my dog would realize if I had a bad vibe about someone, he would read it off me. But I think if it was completely independent, he would probably be happy enough just to greet them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll tell you one of my favorite urban legends that I referred to earlier.
Cool.
That just to bring it back to urban legends very briefly, because we're getting on to scary stories, that it's a story of two girls who live together in dorms at a college in the United States. which is weird for people in the UK because people don't tend to share dorms. But in college in Canada, do they share dorms, Gord?
It depends on where you go. I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2 beds in 1 room. Well, one of the girls,
A one room? Like they?
yeah,
I don't
1
know.
room with 2 beds.
I don't know about that. Maybe somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. See, I think when you go to uni here, like they're dorms, but you have separate rooms. For your
Yeah.
bed.
Yeah.
But Americans, they tend to have like you've got a bunkmate or you've got a room which like you share with another complete stranger, or you're just like I would find that weird. Like
Just like jail. Yeah.
it's just like jail or being part of the army. Well, there's 2 girls, and one was a very bookish type who wanted to study and revise, and the other was a bit of a party hound. So the thing was that the bookish type found it very distracting that the party hound was living with her. So she'd often stay out late at the library to try and study because she knew she could get no study done in her room. And one night she was coming back from the library and she didn't want to wake her roommate. And, when she came in, she heard her roommate like making these moaning like sex sounds. So she said, "Look here, not going to turn on the light. I'll leave you be," she said out loud, and just kind of like went to bed. Which you'd think she'd take off her makeup, but she was like, "Nah, I'm just slinging my hook, getting straight to bed." And she wakes up the next day and finds out her roommate has been murdered. And in her blood on the wall, it says, "Aren't you glad you didn't turn on the light?"
It's a classic.
Oh, this is
Yeah.
the story of Becky versus Stacy. No, okay, that's the meme. The meme.
No, I was just thinking Becky Lynch versus who?
No. The meme is the bookish girl's named. The joke is that she's named Becky always, and that the party girl's always named Stacy.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It's an internet joke.
I get Chad and
Yeah. It's the other side of that. It's the,
Okay.
This reminds me of the. Do you guys know the Yogscast?
no.
I know people who are on the Yogscast network, but I don't know them.
it's lovely
So,
Latvian
yeah.
sounding.
Simon and Lewis every year kind of do a Halloween spectacular, they call it, podcast where they read spooky stories, and this year they're doing I think they found it on Reddit or something. It's like a spooky story that's only 2 lines.
Yeah.
What you've just described sounds like one of those to me.
Oh yeah, there's some
There's
very
really-
good 2-line spooky stories.
I think that the scariest story on Earth was only like 1 sentence long. It was something to the effect of, "The last man on Earth heard a knock at the door."
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean there's a really famous one, and I want someone else to read this. Johnny, would you read this for me if I sent you this in the chat?
Yeah.
So I'm going to send you this in the chat because the way your mic's working, you've got that big, deep Barry White voice, and
Right.
I kind of think I'll send this in the private chat here. So
Yeah.
would you read this in the most dramatic voice you can?
Okay. This viral horror short is based on the 2-sentence horror. Oh, that's not what the part I meant to read.
Yes.
A girl heard her mom yell her name from downstairs. So she got up and started to head down. As she got to the stairs, her mom pulled her into the room and said, "I heard that too." Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't find that creepy?
Not really. No.
Well, so did she travel up the stairs really quickly?
No. So to explain it, that a girl hears her mom yell for her to come downstairs.
From downstairs, like
Yeah,
she's down.
just
The mother is
before-
downstairs.
And just before she goes down into the room, she's pulled aside by her mum, and the mum says, "I
Who
heard
also
that
heard the voice.
too."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
Like-
shit.
So it's
Like-
a doppelganger thing. You don't know which one's the real mom.
Yeah, and you don't know if you're hiding from like a creepy doppelganger who's in the kitchen, or you're actually being tricked, and now you're with the horror creature.
Right. It's a
Yeah.
paranoia inducing. Yeah. Okay.
It was my reading of it wasn't very good. That's...
No, it was good. I thought it was good.
It was very Barry White.
It reminds me of well, you know that poem Antigonish, it's called. Have you ever heard that?
No,
Yeah, I've heard of Antigonish.
Sorry, you kind of cut out for me there, Gordon. Have you
Oh.
heard that poem?
Yeah, I think I have heard of that. It's also
I think it's
no,
like
no,
it's only like 1 or 2 paragraphs. It's just, as I was walking by the stairs, I saw a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away.
yes.
There's something so creepy about it, though. The man who wasn't there.
Oh, okay. I think I have. I just didn't know the title.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what it means or why I even remember it. But
Is that the one with the? Is that one similar to the one with the kids getting up in the night and shooting each other with guns they don't have? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
It's like two dead kids got up at night or something.
No, it doesn't really ring a bell.
don't think I've heard of that.
2 dead boys got up to fight. Here I found it. One fine day in the middle of the night, 2 dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. You ever heard this?
Oh,
It's a
okay.
nonsense. It's a nonsense poem, which nothing but
yeah.
inconsistencies.
Yeah, I have.
And then it's like a deaf policeman heard the noise and came to arrest the 2 dead boys. If you don't believe the story's true, ask the blind man because he saw it too.
Okay.
Just nonsense story, but yeah, that's the one. That's what I thought. I thought you were.
Well, I want to read you a very creepy story, and I'm going to read this in my creepiest voice too. So you're with your honey, and you're making out. The phone rings. You answer it, and the voice says, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl, and she says, "My dad is dead." Then who was phoned?
Oh.
What?
So you're with your honey, and you're making out. When the phone rings, you answer it, and the voice says, "What are you doing with my daughter?" You tell your girl, and she says, "My dad is dead." Then who was phone? What do you think of that story, Gord?
Does she mean like who was phoning? Like what's the problem? What's the problem there?
But who
Lost
was
in
phone?
translation, maybe.
Who was is this an Irish thing?
No, it's have you heard what it's like that meme, man door hand hook? Have you heard that?
No.
It's pretty much Luke's reading somebody attempted to like write a creepy story and like they just made a balls of it and it became a meme. And so
Oh,
Luke's
okay.
just-
It's
Luke's-
deliberately. Oh, so that's
Yes.
deliberate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Okay, yeah.
Oh no. It was one of those things that it either sounded like I was having a stroke or
Have you guys heard of the Smiling Man?
oh, that's creepy. Yeah.
I like
Who's
that
the
one.
smiling man?
You haven't heard of that one. It's a creepy
Serial killer. Oh, I thought you meant the serial killer.
No. Oh, can I read it to you?
Sure.
It's quite a long one, but I think you'll like it. So it's from the perspective of someone who ran into this guy one day, allegedly. In Reddit pastas, mental illness and memes, the Smiling Man. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major US city. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police-patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weekend, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance, similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky and wearing an old suit. He danced closer still until I could make out his face. His eyes were open wide and wild, head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me, but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I'd looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time staring at him, and then he started moving towards me again. He took giant, exaggerated, tiptoed steps as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone, except he was moving very, very quickly. I'd like to say at this point I ran or pulled out my pepper spray or my cell phone or anything at all, but I didn't. I just stood there completely frozen as the smiling man crept towards me. And then he stopped about a car length away from me, still smiling, still looking at the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out as a whimper was, "What?" Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then after what felt like forever, he turned around very slowly and started dance walking away, just like that. Not wanting to turn my back on him again, I just watched him go until he was far enough away to be almost out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me then, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane. And that's a very, very scary thing to see.
Wow.
That was a very good reading.
There you go. I've posted that to you in the links. Fuck me. That was on the Halloween podcast, like their first one, I think, and that stuck with me.
Did you ever see the short movie made about it?
No, I've just in googling it, I've just seen the 2 a.m. the Smiling Man short film. Is that the one?
Yeah.
My Christ. Yeah, I think I need to watch that. I don't know if I can now though.
No, but I mean, like, I've watched it. It's actually very good. But thanks for reading that, Dan. That's one of those. Is that like a Let's Not Meet or?
It's on Creepypasta Wiki.
Okay, because creepypastas are made up, aren't they? Well, Let's Not Meets are supposedly real.
Oh, okay.
No, I think I'd seen that because it's based. That's supposedly a true story, isn't it?
Well, yeah, the short film says it's by Blue Tidal, and the creepypasta is accredited to this person called Blue Tidal as well. So it could be true.
Oh, and to the audience who might not know what a creepypasta is, it comes from the word copy pasta, which comes from copying and pasting. So this is, but a creepypasta is like a horror-related kind of internet urban legend that got spread through like Reddit and I think the Chans and stuff. Is that
Yeah.
a decent description?
Yeah.
Okay, because sometimes people will see creepypasta and like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's kind of like a spooky spaghetti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the pasta comes from paste, like copy and paste. So it comes from copy pasta, and then the spooky ones were creepy pasta.
Yeah, that story always freaked me out though. So I thought I'd ask if you guys had seen it.
Yeah, I hadn't even heard of it before.
So
But yeah, I like it.
What do you guys think you'd do in that position?
Freeze. Just wait for it to be over.
Gord, what would a Canadian do?
I would probably, I don't know, if I'm out for a tea.
Very civil of you.
Yeah,
It all depends on
seems mentally ill, I suppose. So you
Yeah.
probably just want to, let him down softly. See if you can give him some. All right, did the guy have pepper spray or not? I forgot that part.
he mentioned that
He does mention pepper spray.
he'd like to have pulled the pepper spray, but he was frozen. He couldn't do anything. So he may have,
Yeah.
So if this is a true story, what do you think is the smiling man? What's actually going on here?
He just come out of the Joker movie.
Is it somebody with mental illness? Is it a guy that's just out to fuck with people?
Probably.
Is it like the people dressing as clowns?
I think, like he says, like the person didn't look high or something like that.
Just
No,
he didn't look high.
I mean,
He didn't look
I've-
drunk. He looked completely and utterly insane.
Well, in 2016, right before the like between August and October, they did have people kind of dressing up and acting as clowns for all the crazy clown sightings, the creepy clown sightings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 2016, it was quite a big deal, and it went all over the internet. But I don't know how many actually harassed them in that fashion. Like, but yeah, I don't know. If they look crazy, you'd probably just want to avoid them.
But to go back to your theory, Johnny, or the thing you might have suggested, I'm not sure if this is what you personally believe, that they were fucking with him, right? The dancing man. Would that be your take?
Not 100%, but I think it could be a possibility. Somebody that just wants to go out and like just terrify somebody, like essentially somebody that decides like I could fuck with somebody to the extent that this could become a bit of a urban legend or something.
But then the worst thing for him would have been if the guy had stood his ground.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's it. Like, I'm thinking, would Johnny stand his ground in that situation? I reckon he probably would.
Yeah, like if I actually thought I was at risk, I'm probably going to react accordingly. But I know, like you look at like with those clowns, like well, I guess yeah, with the clown sightings, a lot of people did stand their ground. There's a lot of videos of guys pulling out guns and shit.
Yeah, and like gas stations and stuff.
There's actually there's this one college campus in America. I forget exactly where it was, but the whole student body they chased them into the woods. So they had this angry mob of students chasing these clowns and yeah, cheering on. Yeah, it was pretty wild.
I did find funny when that was going on, like that craze. I read a story about like somewhere in New Jersey where like a vigilante group was set up to stop these clowns, and they're like beating up the clowns. And I was kind of like, I mean,
Yeah.
you're not really like a vigilante group to beat up some clowns. Like
I joined
that's
that.
just sorry.
I joined one for Tyrone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was to try and stop them. Like, we formed this posse. It was called the Insane Clown Posse. And
I knew you were going somewhere. I didn't know it would be there. That's
You know,
brilliant.
this is probably going to give away. I did have another episode planned about that creepy clown thing, and what happened. There was one place in London that actually a guy dressed as Batman, started chasing them away.
Oh, that's pretty good.
that'd be awesome.
That's how
There's a bit more to the story after that, but I'm gonna save that.
What do you guys think of these like real life superheroes who go around and try and fight crime?
Some are.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Gord.
No. Some of them I think actually are mentally ill. I remember there was a documentary I think a couple of years ago. Did you ever see it?
No.
I've seen something about these real life ones. I don't know if it was just like a Vice thing or something on YouTube, but yeah, it seemed to detail a few of them.
I kind of think it seems like the next logical progression, right? They jump from page to screen. Now where's left to go?
Yeah. Hockey pads.
Yeah, yeah. He's actually That was a.
But this is the crazy thing. Like, if you had someone, say, for example, I know a kickboxing instructor who I went to his classes after I got assaulted when I was like 15 by some 25-year-olds, right? It all went to court. It was really messy, and these guys were just nasty. Yeah. Basically, like booting my friend in the face while he was on the floor. And we were just defenseless. Like, I just stood there and took the punches. One of them was like an amateur boxer, right? So I was like, I need to learn to defend myself, because at the age of 15, I wasn't prepared for an adult to start on me. Obviously, other kids I expected.
Was this a mugging or just a random like attack?
Oh no, it was basically in our town. There were these events where you would go, and it was like what they called a band jam, where you get like guitarists, drummers, everything. They would all just be random people who would play together, and we would go and watch that, or some of us would join in and stuff. And then when we left, we were like in the car park, and these guys were really drunk walking past, and one of my friends heard one of them shouting and was like, "You what, mate?" Just asking him what he was shouting, and he took it as, "You what, mate?" Bro? Yeah. And came over and was like just really in his face, and then like pretended to throw a fist. So obviously we flinched, and he was like, "What the F are you flinching for?" And then just laid into us all. But his friend was like booting my friend in the face on the floor, and yeah, it was really messy. So at that point, I went to this martial arts class, this kickboxer, and after the first session, like, I spoke to one of his students who said, "Yeah, Rupert got attacked by loads of guys, and he was surrounded by like people with baseball bats, and it was like something out of a Bruce Lee film where he literally just beat them all up, but they'd mistaken him for like a drug dealer or something." And I just think if someone like that guy would put on a costume and go out and like fight crimes, obviously he's not going to do much against someone with like a gun or a knife. It would probably be too much, but you know, muggings and stuff with, you know, if it was just a baseball bat or something, they'd be pretty handy. But at the same time, I don't know if they're going to be that effective against like the weapons that people are using nowadays.
Yeah. For a second, I thought the twist ending was going to be one of the instructors of the class was one of the guys who hit you or something.
I was waiting for that too.
No. I mean, yeah, I could go into it, but I don't want to reveal exactly who those people were. But they're just crazy. Yeah, that honestly, so much crap went on there, and since I've not lived there, I've not had problems with anyone. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I think small towns are a bit like that. Like everyone knows each other and causes problems. So.
I remember once that I was chatting. I was just with a girl, and I was walking down the street, and there was this huge bald guy from Dublin. And by huge, like I'm 6'1", and this guy was like 6'8". Like this guy was huge. And I was just chatting to this, and he came over, and I was just chatting to her at the bus depot, and he had been walking the opposite side of the street, and he was just being like, "What did you say about me?" And then I had no idea what he thought. I was like, "What? What?" And I was just so glad that the girl I was with was super savvy, because like this guy was looking for a fight, and she just stepped in between, and he said, like, "I heard you calling me a wanker," and she said, no, he was talking about my brother. And then like I was like, "What? I wasn't calling Peter a wanker." And she was like, "Shut the fuck up." Yeah, no, yeah, you're just calling him a wanker. You're just calling Peter a wanker. He's like, "Are you sure?" And she said, like, "Absolutely." And the guy was kind of pacified, and he was like, "Oh, I suppose you're all right." And I said, "Oh, okay." But like, there's just some people who know how to de-escalate a fight, and that's something I'm very impressed by, because
Yeah.
I didn't know this guy was looking for a fight. Well, I could sense he was being really aggressive, but I didn't know the way to de-escalate it was to just like go sideways rather than go and just say, "No, I didn't say that."
I guess you couldn't read what he was trying to like push the conversation towards.
No, I just couldn't really get it, because I was just thinking, why is this fella? No, I did. I was just thinking, like, no, I didn't would have just like been enough to placate him.
Yeah. Did you ever see that Darren Brown trick to de-escalate an altercation like that?
I might. I watched a lot, but if you tell me it, I'd be grateful.
Where you just say something completely random, so somebody's coming up and getting in your face like that, and you just say, "Oh, my front yard isn't that big," or something like that, or
Does
your
that
my
work?
wall. Apparently, yeah, because it
What does
just
it do?
it just
Like how-
shuts them down. The adrenaline, it just changes. They're trying to process what you're saying, like what it has got to do with anything. That the adrenaline just fucking dies. I'm not
That's
sure.
interesting.
I don't know if I'd ever be brave enough to use it in real life, because I think it might. I just feel like it might make things worse. I think you'd have to be.
Got nothing on us, mate.
Sorry.
CIA's got nothing on us, mate. Like just something stupid like that.
Well, that's the thing too. Yeah, if you were just so overly friendly with them, it might change it. But no, it's an interesting theory anyway, that it could just change their sort of state of mind at that moment.
Yeah. No, but yeah, I mean, if a smiling man was running towards me, like doing that, I think I would be more, if something creepy like that was happening, I tend to get quite loud as a kind of defense mechanism.
Right.
Because, like, the way that if you think something's going to be like that, you're like, "What are you playing out there?" You go very Belfast with it. You don't be like me. I'm like, "What's your problem there? Back right off there." You go Belfast with it. Like, you
That's
go Belfast
key.
or Derry. And, like, basically because that throws them off, because, like, they're like, "I'm in Uma, and this guy sounds like he's from Belfast." But, no, you do that there because it's more likely to, like, I would rather, if somebody was going to start me or anything like that someone did call the police.
Yeah.
And just to be like, "Here, I heard this here," and I said, "No, this guy was acting really strange, so I'm just trying to get home." That, like, I don't always see as getting the police involved, especially if an altercation hasn't happened yet, as being the worst thing to do.
Yeah.
I think, that tactic is one that would probably help in that situation, because you're making other people in the road aware. Although saying that, I've had similar situations where a fight has happened and the people in the road on their doorstep have not even noticed what's going on outside. And then they've come out afterwards, like someone's knocked on the door and they've been like, what? And it's like, this person was getting their head kicked in on your front drive and you just ignored it, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people, it's not even that they ignore it, like they do hear it, but they kind of tell themselves that it's probably not, and the worst thing to do would be to, call the police and it end up being nothing, like somehow, so they don't even investigate it.
Yeah, like don't 101 it. I remember when I was in Stockport. I used to live up near Manchester, and I think it was twice I heard something out of the window at 1 a.m. Normally I was just sat there playing Guild Wars 2 or something, and I would just see like a gang of 18-year-olds beating up a 40-year-old or something. So I would phone the police straight away. But if I'd have gone out there to try and help the guy, they then know where I live, and it's difficult. So I'd phone the police, but no one would ever turn up, and the guy would just get up and walk off the other way. But it's at least you've made the report that something's happened. So if he turns up in A&E or something, they can say, well, actually, this guy's been beaten to shit or stabbed on this road. They can piece it together. So yeah, it's always best to say something if anything looks suspicious. I even saw a taxi driver once with women's shoes in the back of his car, and then he was taking the plates off the back of his car to say that he was a taxi. He was taking all his taxi signs off. So I told the police, I was like, well, this guy's got someone's shoes. Obviously this person hasn't gone home with the shoes. Maybe she's just forgotten them, but still, it still seems odd unless he's cross-dressing, you know what I mean? So, and that's fine too, but you never know what you could be witnessing. So yeah.
You said he was changing the plates, as in
he was taking the signs off that say he was a taxi. Now that is a usual thing that they do. They go home and basically it was at a petrol station.
Okay, sorry, I read that wrong.
He wasn't taking the plates off of the car to change them to new ones, but he was taking his signs off to say he wasn't in service.
Yeah, I mean, that's what my dad would do. He's the driving instructor, so you'd have the little roof box saying driving school, but you'd take it off.
Yeah. No, I just misread what was happening.
But do you know what I mean? It's kind of like you can have things misplaced or left in taxis, but to lose your shoes, you'd either have to be very drunk or, I don't know, just forgetful to have left them in the taxi. And why would he keep them? Why would he not just say, you've left your shoes?
Maybe he would just finish his shift and he said, I'll go down and buy the Clarks and buy my wife some nice shoes, so I will.
Would they be boxed then? Also, Clark's open at
I'm against boxing, sir. I'm against boxing because my grandfather was a boxer during the war when he lost 2 teeth, so I've been against boxers ever since, sir.
It's bad for the environment. All these cardboard boxes.
Yeah, I mean, that's that. So that you'd say that this guy was proper sus.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say, what are we talking about? The taxi driver or
the taxi driver?
I wouldn't say he was sus. It was just an odd observation I had. I was filling up with petrol, and then because of where I was behind his car, and I could see that he had these. These were heeled boots as well, so they weren't easy walkers. So if you're wearing those, it's going to take you something to take those off.
Were you close to London?
I'm kind of. I mean, I'm in Milton Keynes, which is, it's about probably an hour away, I guess. I mean, it's half an hour on the train.
Can I say something? A weird something I've heard.
Sure.
That different celebrities in London own black taxi cabs.
Right.
Because that way, like Stephen Fry and different, because that way they can use the taxi lanes to skip traffic, so they legally buy a taxi. So are you sure that person wasn't like Eddie Izzard or something?
No. It definitely wasn't Eddie Izzard.
Is that true?
If I
Yeah.
said it was the typical taxi driver, you'd understand what I mean, right?
Well, I mean, if it was a typical taxi driver, I'd say, "You bastard! You should have sent Amy Winehouse to rehab." If that reference gives
Not
anyone,
sure what that reference is.
Yeah.
okay,
I thought-
sorry, that was probably too random, but yeah. But I mean,
I think you mean the type of person that will often say the line, "I'm not a racist, but."
yeah.
Well,
you're not
one
a
of the
racist.
drivers. See, this is like the opposite because we don't really have like your typical white taxi driver here who would be like, "Oh, bloody coming in this country," sort of thing. We
Okay.
don't. But typical drivers around here is what I'm saying. It's not Eddie Izzard.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys, apart from Dan, have you ever seen something that you've thought was very suspect? And did you call the police?
I haven't seen anything. I've heard things maybe about maybe last year I heard like somebody screaming, and well, actually, sorry, I heard a loud bang that you would normally like in other countries you would associate with a gunshot, but here you wouldn't hear gunshots much. So I thought like a banger or something, but very late in the year, and then I heard like shouting and screaming afterwards, a woman screaming at somebody. And it just sounded very weird. So I did call the police there because I thought maybe somebody had just been shot. And then the police never showed up. And as far as I know, nobody was shot in Dublin that week. So it was probably not. But that's about I think that's the only time I've ever actually called the police.
Yeah.
In
Not much
those
story.
situations, it's better to say that someone has been shot because then they actually turn up. But you'd have to know which building it was that you were hearing it in.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I just kind of said I heard the screaming and like there was a loud bang that kind of sounded like it could be a shot. Like in Ireland, you really wouldn't. They won't be getting many calls of gunshots anyway. So
yeah. I mean, I had a weird experience in Belfast. So when I went to QUB in Belfast, and the student area is called the Holy Lands. It's actually quite famous in Northern Ireland because like it's a very like unified student area. But the end of that is on the Ormore Road, which would be a very Catholic nationalist part of Belfast. So the people living next door to us were kind of, didn't really clock them, but I was kind of warned about them because, they were walking around and they had like dogs, which were like, pit bulls or like dogs, which would be fighting dogs. And in the estate that I was in, and this is just off the Holy Lands, graffiti appeared one night warning people about being drug dealing touts will be dealt with. But, not being a drug dealing tout, I didn't really pay any heed. But one night when we were all out, our house got burgled. And my friend Fitzy lost his PlayStation and his laptop, and we kind of suspected the people next door. And, we thought, like, this is dodgy enough. But, like, the people next door were, like, dodgy, and we didn't really want anything to do with them. But one night we were all in our living room, and a bunch of masked youths turn up on the neighbor's doorstep saying, "Open the door, this is the RUC." Now, that might not make any sense to anything, but the RUC stands for the Royal Ulster Constabulary. But this is particularly odd because the RUC had disbanded 10 years previously when it became the PSNI. So that was a very odd thing for the police to be saying. and these were masked youths. So they kicked open the door, and they basically, from what we heard, they pointed a gun at the owner's head and said that they had 48 hours to leave the country. Well, two other people ran upstairs and threw like a large television out of his window. And then the guys said like 48 hours, then ran. And this is next door to us. And it's me and the lads. And we're just been like, what the fuck's going on here? And then basically, because the walls in that kind of Belfast Terrace house are very thin and you can hear people shouting, the guys beside us were like saying like, oh, fuck that. We can go ask some guy if we can get a gun. And I was just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Jesus.
No, this is literally about 2 streets away from like one of the Belfast's largest student pubs. And this happened about 2006. So, you know, the Troubles had ended and all that sort of stuff, but they had ended within the last 10 years. So it was questionable enough. And did I call the police? No, I didn't. Because I didn't want to get myself involved in that situation. Potentially at all.
Yeah, that's kind of quite a different situation.
Yeah, you become a target then as well.
Yeah. I mean, we called the police when our house was robbed, which we heard that some of the older neighbors didn't appreciate the police on the street. But yeah, it just kind of shows you. But this is like, it's a very student area as well. It's just Belfast is an odd place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, that attitude that some communities have where they just don't want the police there. So they don't like, even if your house is broken into, they look down on you for contacting the police.
Yeah, it's very odd there, but like, you know, I would normally call them, but like, no, by that it sounds like it's a habitual habit. It's like, sir, I've noticed my next door neighbor's the treads are running a little thin. You should go around for an inspection. No, I'm not like that kind of guy, but you know, if there was something suspect, I'd ring an ambulance or a police officer if that came up to it. But equally, I live in a neighborhood where there's lots of houses, and if the house about 3 doors down, if the alarm's going off on that house, I don't know my neighbors. There's no chance I would actually go and investigate it. And I'd say it's the same for them.
Yeah, I think that's universal. I've never seen anybody react to an alarm going off in my life. They just stay going until they just stop for whatever reason. Nobody ever asks any questions.
But like, I don't know. Sorry, go on ahead.
No, I was just going, unless it's your own alarm, I don't think anybody cares.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that if it was about 4 houses down, and I live in a town, I don't live in a big city. The thing is that I don't know those neighbors, so it could be a burglar there, and all the burglar would have to tell me is, no, I actually live here. And I would say, well, I can't disprove you.
Yeah. It's funny, actually. That just reminded me, there was one evening a few years ago where I hadn't seen Shane in a while. I think maybe he had just moved back from England. I can't really remember. So I went to his house and everybody was aware of that. So I was just staying over and we're just fucking drinking. Like,
this is one of your Patreon episodes?
Sorry?
This is one of your Patreon episodes?
No, this was
because you said you used to record some of those.
No, I think it might have even been before that, but there might be some sort of recording. Anyway, I smoked at the time, and I went out for a cigarette, and he went out with me, and we're at the side of his house, and we thought I think Shane thought he saw somebody like on the roof of the next door neighbor's garage. Like he just saw, like we walked out and he thought he saw them like jump down or something. And then I looked around the corner and I thought I saw a group like across the road. And we're just like, oh, that's funny. And so we just went about our business and went back into his house, watched a movie or whatever, drank more. About 3 hours later, the cops show up at the door asking if like we heard any noise or saw anything strange. And we're just like, oh yeah, now that you mention it, actually, and just told them all that. And we're just like, why didn't you call anybody? Because the next door neighbors had just been broke into and burglared. And yeah, we didn't think that there was any need to call the police. But they just treated us like complete idiots. Actually, it was only one. It was one guard they called. I assumed the others were in the house next door. But, sorry?
But I mean, you're kind of in the horrible situation there that if you end up calling the cops after you've had about 6 cans, and then they come up to the house and you say, "Oh, I thought I saw someone on the neighbor's roof."
Yeah,
like you're not gonna be in good stead.
Yeah, well, we brought her into like the kitchen to show her like where we would have seen them, and like the kitchen table was just like a bottle, like an empty bottle of whiskey and my rolling tobacco, and she just looked at that and she clearly thought we were just stoned. It just looked like it was a bunch of stoners, like that. Of course, they're not the people that will call the cops.
Yeah.
But we really should have. Like, she was right. Like, it was bizarre that we just thought, oh, we saw somebody on the freaking roof of the house next door. Like,
well, was that in Dublin or is that somewhere more rural?
No, it was in Dublin.
But you see, I would have always taken in Dublin. You'd be less likely to call the cops.
You probably would be. I mean, the one time I actually did call them for something like that, they never showed. So, well, I assumed they didn't. I live on a one-way street, so the only way they could have got to the place where I would have heard the altercation, they would have had to have passed my house, and they didn't. So,
yeah, I mean, the police need to, you need to ring them when it's relevant, but I think I would be more afraid sometimes of calling them for no legitimate reason and getting in trouble.
Yeah. My friend Dave, though, Jesus, something terrifying happened to him one night where he was out, like, leaving out his bins, and he lives in, like, not a gated community, but, like, I guess a cul-de-sac. And anyway, he saw, like, lads trying to break into one of the neighbors' house. And as he saw them, they saw him and just started walking towards him. And then he saw that they had what looked like a machete. And so he was just fucking terrified. So he just bolted it back to his own house. And they were still like coming for him and speeding up as he got in the door.
Yeah.
And he called the police, told them what had happened. And eventually the guys went off and the police never showed up. But like, for all they knew that this guy had ran back to his house, was being followed by a group of people who were trying to break in somewhere and had a machete. So like, that's a pretty urgent call. You should be getting there pretty quickly. But he said like they just never showed up.
Well, that's terrifying.
That's madness.
And were they trying to break into Dave's house?
No, it was another house, and it just because he saw them, like they.
Oh no! I mean after no, they followed him to his door.
No, I think as soon as he got in the door, they did go away, because I guess the assumption there is he's clearly calling the police, so you wouldn't want to even try and get in. It do you no good. So I imagine they actually did go off fairly quickly, but you don't. If you're the cop, you don't take that chance. Like.
Yeah. But, I'm guessing it's 50-50 chances that you do that and they'll say, oh, this guy's just stoned off his gourd. Yeah. But, like, what is it like? Have you ever seen the Simpsons episode with, like, Cecil, Sideshow Bob's brother, who's played by David Hyde Pierce?
Grammer. Wasn't he Kelsey Grammer?
It's David Hyde Pierce who played.
Oh, is it
David Kelsey Grammer's brother in Frasier, Niles?
Oh, right. Okay, there's a connection.
Yeah.
And then basically the police are just, oh hey, imagine you turning up. It's Sideshow Bob. He's bound to have done the crime. And by the way, we're being Jerry, not that one McCann, has joined us. So, since it's not the one I invited, the question I have for you is, what did you do with Madeline?
No, that wasn't me. You see, that was the other guy.
Oh, the other one. Okay.
My beautiful daughter.
It's a long time no chat, mate. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, it's good. It's good. We're just telling spooky Halloween stories and all that.
Oh, nice. Sounds sexy. Come on,
Ah,
let's hear
it
it.
is pretty sexy. We're just talking about real life crimes or things that you've seen which are a little bit sus, if that makes sense to you. Like, you
Yeah.
see something and you're just like, is something going on here? Like, Dan, would you summarize the story you saw about the shoes?
Oh, you want me to recap that quick?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, there was a taxi driver at a petrol station one night. I finished work at midnight, so it's quite late in the night, and he had these sort of high heeled boots in the boot of his car. I was like, well, I assume they're not his, and he was taking the taxi driver plates off of the car. Just sort of
What?
get ready to go home. Yeah, so I called the police and gave him his number plate, thinking, why has he got someone's shoes here? Because you think, even if you were drunk, you might notice that you're missing your shoes, particularly if they make you walk in a certain way if you're wearing high heels.
Maybe
So,
you're
yeah.
just judging this poor man.
Yeah, he might like to wear heels on the weekend. I don't know. But
Exactly.
the
I
point is,
fear it.
you see something, you report it if it in any way seems odd.
Well, to be honest, Dan, in Glasgow, we don't like grasses.
Yeah, I wouldn't survive very long there, I guess.
Oh, kidding on. Yeah, well, I could
Jesus
tell you-
Christ, my cat just fucking come up behind me. It's like, I'm gonna do you in, son.
I could tell you a real life scary story, right?
Yeah,
So if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
definitely.
Go for it.
Definitely.
Right.
Let's hear
Hello, Johnny, by the way.
Hey. I
Been a
didn't
while.
realize I was away from my mic. I didn't even realize you were in here.
Your voice sounds deeper than normal.
He's
Yeah.
become Barry White.
Yeah,
Everyone's saying that.
yeah. He's got some sort of what Luke? What do you call it? Witness protection, I think, is the voice skin.
Right? Did you have to go into witness protection, Johnny?
Can't really talk about it, man.
Oh, that's a nightmare. You should probably change your username because they'll catch you real easy. Although the avatar might throw them off. So yeah, no. So genuine story, right? A few years ago, there was this woman, okay, and she kind of had a job, basically, like kind of looking after a certain section of this company, right? Looking after HR kind of thing, like people and logistics, like people coming in, people going out, all that kind of stuff. She looked after the sort of security of this place and whatever as well. A few different things. And the managing director packed it in. He'd made a proper cunt of it, packed it all in. And normally what would happen in that situation is like the board and everybody would get together. The unions and stuff would have a kind of say in who ascended to be at the top of the tree there. But the way it happened, she just kind of fucking bypassed all that. She took charge of this company, right? So she's in charge, and it's kind of going okay. She's got quite a lot of power, but she thinks to herself, I could get a little bit more power, right? If I basically go back to the unions and get them to vote me in, because as far as she was concerned, for everything she'd heard, they were fucking much more in favour of her than the other guy who kind of wanted her job, right? It does get scary, trust me. So what happened next was she then called a vote on it, totally fucked it up, right? ended up like less people liked her than she thought. This guy got into the fucking board. It was a kind of split down the middle. She had to get this weird fucking guy who he was like a crazy fucking religious nut, thought like wanking was a sin, and didn't like gay people and all this sort of shit. Believed like dinosaurs were like just a fucking thing that like folk made up to fuck with you and stuff. She had to get him on board, give him a fuckload of money to make sure that he like just voted everything through that she wanted. And then she had to basically look after this massive like company merger, but it was like the opposite merger. It was like a split away. They had previously merged with the company, but they actually wanted to go their own way. Turned out they didn't like any of the shit that this other company were doing, even though that other company were like much bigger, bringing in loads of money, loads of resources and stuff. They were like, nah, fuck that. We're gonna fuck off. And yeah, it all kind of went to shit. She ended up crying in front of everybody, and it turned out she was just a fucking old witch. So yeah, what do you think?
Did you say she was a witch?
Yeah, she was a witch.
Like an actually.
Yeah, like she didn't have a reflection. She couldn't dance. She was like ridiculously ugly, and I don't think she ever got her hole.
Can I ask? Can I ask why won't you give Theresa May some peace, Jerry?
What are you talking about, mate? Listen, any resemblance to any real life or fictional character that was portrayed in the story I just told is purely coincidental.
Oh, it was completely. Oh, sorry. I thought I was being smart, but that's actually what you're doing.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I was doing, mate. Yeah, fucking hell, look.
It's been a long evening, but yeah,
it wasn't up until like the very end where it started to like twig with me.
Oh wow, sorry. I thought I was being like really unsubtle, but I was always being too subtle.
No, I'm just not the cleverest person.
I think that's more of a reflection on me, Jerry. Don't worry.
So I'll give you some genuinely scary stories in a minute, but I kind of want to hear yours first. I feel like I've missed out.
Yeah, Johnny was telling us a wee bit about people breaking into houses and around Dublin, and like what would you do in that circumstances. I was talking about the time that my scumbag neighbours had some Irish Republican youths rush into their house claiming to be the RUC and sticking a gun to their head. Gord hadn't gone yet, and
that's only because I tend not to consort with undesirables.
Oh, okay. So we've told a good few stories. We talked a bit about horror movies, about urban legends. So yeah, we've done quite a bit.
We haven't covered sleep paralysis. Did someone mention it earlier?
In Australia, they call that old hag syndrome, I think.
Again, Theresa.
Leave the poor woman alone. Has she not suffered enough?
Let her just go retire in that wheat field.
That seems to be a symptom that some people describe with sleep paralysis, where they see an old hag at the end of the bed.
I think sometimes it's like on the chest, weighing them down too.
Yeah,
I get it, and that's kind of what I do. But I don't see an old hag. I just see like a white sort of face, like
seriously,
a slender sort of. Yeah.
So, how many of you have experienced sleep paralysis?
Not me.
Well, I did once pay for an old hag to sit in my chest, but that
was Sorry, Jerry, they missed out the H with your Scottish accent.
Yeah, it was all right, like, you know. But,
so Gord, have you had sleep paralysis at all?
It doesn't sound like it. I can't remember any seeing weird apparitions or anything near my Is that the only thing that? Like, does it always have that?
No,
like, you
I don't know, I'm
just-
pretty sure I would have remembered, right? Like it's a memorable experience.
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then
My experience was different to most people's, I think, because I've asked about this and somebody said that doesn't sound like typical sleep paralysis. So I'd like to hear Johnny's story about like how many times you've had it and what you typically encounter.
Well, mine is probably more of the typical scenario. Like, yeah, where wake up or feel like I've woke up at least and just can't move and see that sort of like the vague outline of a form over me, like it's on the chest area, and it's just like a white sort of like it does kind of like in the moment anyway. I guess you visually put it together to look like Slender Man or something like that. And normally I just kind of have to like I struggle like I can't. I'm trying to like shout or something, and once I can kind of like break through and like make a noise, I kind of come out of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's really it. Like it happens for me. It usually happens like in the winter, and I think it's just relating to the temperature or something. Like I didn't get it all summer this year, but I got it twice now since September anyway.
How often have you had experiences?
Often, maybe like 2 or 3 times a month in the period where it sort of arises. So during the winter, maybe more actually. It really depends. Like I've had it like half a dozen times over the course of a couple of weeks once, and it only really started in the last 10 years.
But
Can I
it's
ask a question?
reoccurring.
What are the symptoms of sleep paralysis? Like physically, is it you can't breathe or you can't move?
Just
No,
can't
like,
move or-
I studied it a little bit at university, and it's like we did a module on sleep disorders and like the biological sort of foundations of sleep and whatever. But basically, like your spinal cord's supposed to disengage when you're sleeping, right? So you don't act out your dreams and stuff like that. So one sleep disorder you can have is where you do like punch walls and like kick and stuff when
Right.
you're like running around in dreams, right? The opposite of that is kind of sleep paralysis, where your motor skills and stuff are still cut out when your brain's kind of woken up. So it can happen that you can't open your eyes, or sometimes your eyes will be open but you can't move anything else.
Okay.
And you might still kind of be dreaming, which should
Yeah.
explain why people can see things and whatever. But sometimes people can be fully awake with their eyes open but unable to move, which like obviously can cause quite a lot of anxiety and whatever, which can lead to like folk not being able to like having breathing problems because they're hyperventilating or because they're anxious and stuff like that. So yeah, like when we were learning about it and writing about it, it was like mainly centered around basically your brain waking up, being aware that you're no longer asleep but not being able to actually move. And it can take like maybe 5 minutes, like I would say the longest, I think is what they said, like 5-10 minutes like tops. But when you're lying down fully awake but unable to move, that's going to seem a hell of a lot longer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've had that happen to me, that like I've once woken up and I think the way I described it is I almost woke up too fast. But for whatever reason, my jaw was locked and my eyes were in the back of my head and I couldn't open my eyes. Then I felt my eyes slowly revolving till they're the right side of my head. Like, you know, the way your eyes roll back, that it felt like they're rolling back into position before I could open my eyes. Then I opened my eyes and then my jaw unlocked.
Have you just revealed that you're a cryptid?
Me?
Whose eyes roll into the back of their head?
When they sleep?
Yeah.
Isn't that true?
Yeah, you take off your skin, And then you
What do you mean they roll back into your head? What, like the optic nerve just disengages?
No,
and,
no. Okay, right. To explain this, and just so you know, like I'm a real good biology guy. Is that what I believed was when you close your eyes, it wasn't like your pupils were pointed straight towards the darkness. I thought they rolled so your eyes were pointed upwards, or like they weren't facing the very front.
I think that's just when you take too many eckies, mate.
And I woke up beside Teresa and I said, "Here, we have to do this again."
Yeah, no, I don't think. I mean,
I've never experienced that rolling into the back of my head. I know some people can do it, but isn't that like a skill to be able to just show the whites of your eyes?
Okay. Well, maybe it's at least that's the way it felt.
you should put it on your CV, Dan.
I can't do that. Can you do that?
Yeah,
at
no,
will,
but
Luke?
people lie in their CVs.
If I want to audition to be like the figure that sits on Johnny's chest while he's asleep, just the whites of my eyes showing.
Who auditions it? Is it Johnny or is it someone messing with Johnny?
Yeah, it'd be Shane, wouldn't it?
It'd be Shane, yeah.
just do like a whole X Factor kind
So,
of shit.
so I guess Jerry may be able to help me explain what happened to me then. This was actually the story that I wanted to give to you on this podcast, Luke.
Sure.
So basically, I've only ever experienced what most people would call sleep paralysis once. In 30 years.
Okay.
It happened when I was 15. I say 15 because I know I was still living at my parents' house, but I'm not 100% sure how old I was. So I know I wouldn't have been any younger than that, really. And basically what happened to me sounds similar to what happened to you, Johnny, where you wake up and you've got a feeling of something sitting on your chest. And that's what woke me up. But my immediate reaction is, shit, there's somebody sat on my chest. And I looked around the room and I couldn't see anything or anyone sitting on me or, holding me down in the bed. I thought could be, burglars in the house and they were going to beat the shit out of me or murder me or whatever. And looking around the room, I saw nothing. But then the weirdest thing happened. I heard a voice, and the voice said, "No, leave them." And as that voice spoke, the weight lifted off of me. And it's so stupid because I then got up, went to check on my parents and my brother to see that they were okay, because I thought, what the hell's just happened here? And then I just went to the bathroom and went back to bed and went straight to fucking sleep. But most people say that they either can't sleep or you just go straight to sleep, like you're sort of defeated by it. But yeah, it was in this fucking disgusting voice. It was like, "No, leave them," like that. And I was just, it was scary, but the fact that I could then move, took me out of it. And I've shared this with the Astonishing Legends podcast. They talk about, weird stuff all the time. And they said it doesn't sound like typical sleep paralysis because they've never heard of anyone having a voice speak to them.
Well, actually, I can shed some light on that because we again studied a little bit of that.
There you go. That's what I'm hoping.
It was aliens.
Yeah. Okay. So I was
No.
I was withholding a bit from you there, Jerry. That same house. I know this sounds fucking mental, right?
Right.
That same house when I was even younger than that. So we probably moved into that house when I was like 7 or 8. In that same house, I used to have recurring dreams that I was floating down the stairs.
Mhm.
And people kind of associate that with like an alien abduction sort of thing. Yeah.
So,
I don't know. Maybe they were
in,
probing
in all
my ass.
in all seriousness, I think that like hearing voices is in much the same way as like seeing images and stuff like that. When you're in that state, it's fairly standard and normal. Like one of my good friends actually suffers quite badly from sleep paralysis because he's just not a good sleeper. He doesn't sleep well at all, and generally people tend to suffer for sleep paralysis if they have been having trouble for a reasonable time with their sleep, or if they're under stress for whatever reason, which was a question I was going to ask Johnny and yourself about. Like, was there anything going on at the times it's happened to you, or if you've been suffering badly with sleep, or have you had like, has it been a time where you've had quite a bit of stress in your life that it's happened?
Well, I'm typically like kind of a shit sleeper anyway. Like I do get insomnia and stuff as well. So like I don't have, yeah, I wouldn't have. I rarely have. I'm into a good sleep pattern and stuff. It's not bad, like, because I can function on a few hours if I need it, or if I need to. But yeah, I think it's just I've got some sleep issues. I should probably do something about, and it certainly relates to that. Now, but the thing is, like with the sleep paralysis, like it's not that bad. The only issue I really had was I would grind my teeth. Whether I actually had or even remembered having sleep paralysis or not, because that's the other thing. Like I think you do get it and just forget you had it, like because it's like a dream. But I was grinding my teeth a lot, so I got fitted for like a mouth guard to put in while I sleep. That I don't always use, but that was kind of other than that. It's not actually a big issue, really.
Yeah. My sister wears a mouth guard when she's like, because she grinds her teeth, and she actually, well, the guy who's my friend is he's not married to my sister, but he's lived with my sister for about 10 years. Like, so yeah, the two of them are terrible sleepers. It turns out. What about you, Dan? Was there anything going on with you when it happened?
Other than the story I told earlier, and if that correlated to the time, but I can't actually remember what year this was because it only happened once. I think it was just so specific that I couldn't put a point on it. If it happened to me all the time, I'd probably start,
If it was like
writing down what happened.
15 potentially, you could be talking like exam time and stuff like that at school, right?
Yeah, could have been. So yeah, it may explain it.
Have you ever had it, Jerry?
Sleep paralysis. I don't know. I kind of feel like when we're talking about it there, and I'm thinking about, yeah, I mean, I think I probably have, like, but like not being able to open my eyes and stuff as well, being aware that I'm awake. But weirdly, I think it only happened to me after I knew what it was. So it didn't really freak me out that much. I just sort of fucking went into it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things for me that, like, if I have, like, the nightmares that I'll have, which I wake up in, is I always wake up and I get out of bed taking a big breath. Like,
Yeah.
like that's the sort of nightmares I have, is I either believe the room's on fire, which taking a big breath like that would be the worst thing you could do, or it's falling. And whatever way it happens is, when you fall and you actually hit the ground, so like whenever I wake up, I seem to land on the bed. Like, I don't know. I think it's like you've lifted your leg and it clatters down, but like you just seem to land.
Well, I've had like we're talking about recurring dreams. I used to have a recurring dream all the way through my teenage years, where basically the main street that I grew up on, right? I'm like, there's a section of it. Like I basically I grew up in an estate. It was fucking like kind of dodgy and whatever, but from that estate, the street went out to the main road, which was like a kind of thoroughfare right through the town. And the bit near me had like trees on either side. I used to get this dream all the time when I was growing up, and it was before I'd ever like drank alcohol or anything like that. But it was like I couldn't walk in a straight line. I didn't have control of my body and stuff, and I was stumbling around the place, and I kept stumbling out in the main road into like oncoming traffic, and then just like pulling myself in on time. But it was like night time, there was headlights, and I would keep like, I was getting really, I would continually, like I was getting increasingly more anxious about the fact that I'm falling at the road, I'm trying to get in, and I would always wake up with like headlights in a car like fucking right on top of me. The second weird fucking dream that I had was in the same kind of spot. There's a wee corner shop, right? And I had a dream when I was younger. Now, like people have out of body experiences and stuff like that. Well, I actually died in my dream and had an out of body experience in my dream and looked down at my dead body and then woke up. So it was like we'd like broke into this wee shop at night, me and my pals. And then while we were in there, some like guys had come in to like properly rob the place or like do something, and maybe like ski masks and guns and whatever. So we're like in the back of the fucking shop, like trying to hide, and I've just got my head down and I can hear these guys moving around. I hear these footsteps coming towards me, and then I feel a fucking like the barrel of a gun on the back of my head, and I hear the gunshot, but it's like it kind of echoes, and then I just like feel myself rising up, and I'm looking down on myself, and then I'm looking down on the shop, and I'm looking down the whole street, and I'm just floating up into the air, and I woke up. That was quite.
And it was your body in the dream.
Yeah.
Jesus.
How long did the out of body exist? Was that just before you woke up?
Yeah, like just immediately before I woke up. It's like, it's one of those, like, that was when I was like 16 or 17, 18 tops maybe, and that dream has stayed with me my entire life. Like I can visualize it. It was like intense, very lucid, and like just vivid, I would say.
Can I ask, because this is the way I've got it imagined in my head, have you ever played like one of the 3D Grand Theft Auto games, Jerry?
Yeah.
You know the way like you get wasted and you kind of float above the corpse like that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, but it was like so hard to explain. I've had a couple of dreams where I've like floated up, and like it's happened so quickly that you're seeing so much at once. Like put it this way, I've never flown above my town, because why would you have, you know what I mean? But I was like, as I was moving up, I was able to see like all like really quickly, like my brain was just processing like, oh, there's this part of the town, there's this. I was looking at it all from above, and it was almost like too much for me to take in, so it woke me up. Does that make sense? Does that sound mental?
Sounds mental, but makes sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
I just wonder how does it at the time, did it look like you at your age?
Yeah, no, like it was like I was looking down at myself. Like, I mean, as much as you know what you look like from like behind, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he was shooting at you, was it in that 3D out of body third person, or was that like
No,
first
no,
person?
no, no, no. Like I couldn't see him shoot me. I could just like feel him over me, and like I felt like something cold in the back of my head. And then when the gun shot went, it was like it wasn't like if you were standing next to someone shooting a gun. It didn't sound like that at all. It was almost like just like an all-encompassing long like echoey kind of sound. It just like kind of reverberated out from where I was, but then as the sound was spreading out, I was spreading out away from it to looking down at myself.
Well, I
So
mean, that just sounds really trippy.
Yeah, I mean it was before, but it was before I didn't take drugs and that till I was like an adult. So I didn't even smoke weed until I was like 18. You know what I mean? So it was
Yeah.
prior to all of that.
And did you recognize all of your friends in the dream as well?
No, because it was like dark. We were like in the back of a corner shop. Like I don't remember really focusing on much apart from me. And like the other thing is, I could only see myself for like right at the beginning of it, because then I was looking down at the roof of the shop. If that makes sense.
Was
Like
the
the
shop familiar to you?
Was the shop what?
Familiar to you?
Yeah, no, like it was a shop that I would have like used fairly often. You know what I mean? It was all of this is within 5 minutes walk of the flat that I grew up in. You know, so yeah, it was all familiar to me. I mean, it's not really that scary a story. It's just like one of those weird things.
Yeah. It is bizarre though.
Yeah, it's kind of like this is what could happen to you if you go off the rails, like a cautionary tale in your own dream.
Yeah, I guess so. Has anyone else ever died in a dream?
Like,
I actually didn't know that could happen. I always thought you woke up first.
no, I've died in dreams before, I think.
Yeah, I think I have too. I think I've been hit by a car and stuff.
And being aware of your own death?
No,
Maybe not to the way you were. Like maybe I did wake up, like Gord said, but I still have the memory of being hit and being aware that I'm dead. I'm now dead in the dream.
So being like, oh fuck, I'm dead.
I mean, the way I dream is a lot more. I don't think I've ever dreamt, and I've dreamt that I was in the position, like a first person position, looking through my own eyes. My dreams are always kind of like very loose interpretational that, like, you know, it's the kind of thing like, you know, if somebody said like, "Ah, kid, you've run out of Nebraska," and shoots me in the face or whatever, like there's a 50-50 chance I'll wake up, or it will suddenly become me trying to go to the North Pole with Axl Rose, and then me thinking, wow, this guy's actually kind of dead on. I always heard he was a dick.
Yeah. Well, my dreams are weird. I feel like I have to give myself certain information that isn't even in the dream. Like I'll have a dream where a person, like say Jerry is in the dream and it's meant to be Jerry, but for some reason, like it's young Marlon Brando in the dream, but he's playing Jerry or something like that.
I've had that before, yeah.
That's
I
what
like the
most
casting, to be honest. I like that casting.
No, I've not had Jerry Marlon Brando exactly. Like, you know, he was more a Clint Eastwood to me, but like, no, but you know the way I've kind of had this that, like, let's say you're having a dream and it's a story of you and 3 other people. Like, I could be aware that one of them is my brother. Let's say one of them is my brother, one's Gord and one's Dan. In this situation, that like Dan and Gord, I'd be aware who they are, but every like scene in the dream, if you're looking at it like a film, they could look completely different.
Definitely.
Like you're recasting them regularly?
Yeah, it's like
their gender changes by the end of the dream. Like,
oh, that's happened. That you're just like, you just keep switching, and then you know
all
it's
of a
like
sudden I'm gay in my dream. This makes no sense.
So it's like you have like a. Like, do you guys know the term retcon from comic books, like retroactive continuity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're constantly revising the story.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Has anyone ever? Do you ever? Are you ever able to take control of your dreams?
Yes.
A
Lucid
few
dreaming?
times, yeah.
I believe so.
There are techniques for this that you can practice during the day, and one of the regular ones was like you look down at your hands, and the idea is that you set a habit throughout the day. You set a habit so that when you're in the dream, you keep repeating the habit, and that's how you can wake yourself up. And that's a technique for lucid dreaming. So one of them is like looking at your hands or something.
I mean,
Right.
What if you just want to like fuck everyone in your dreams? Like that's a difficult habit. You can't really just do that at your desk at work, you know.
well, I mean, you've got to live your best life.
I'd start with the hands.
You know. No,
That's,
in all seriousness, I have two things that I do regularly in dreams when I realise that I'm dreaming. Usually, I realise I'm dreaming because like something scary's happening, and I'm like, and it's freaking me out. But then I'm like able to rationalise it and go, well, hold on a minute, what's just happened here? This is obviously a dream. So I either do one of two things: either fly away, so whatever's trying to fucking hurt me or whatever kind of get me, I just go a wee fly and just fly around for a bit, or I do like a handgun, you know, like when like you're a kid and you just point like your fucking index finger and like use it as a gun. I just
I'll do that.
shoot people with that.
sounds like
yeah.
Oh no, I don't do it to people. Oh my goodness.
In your dreams.
No, that's
Just like
horrible.
playing a
You ever
video
shoot
game.
someone in your
If
dreams?
if people are trying to kill me in my dream, then I will shoot them in the face. Northern God.
I usually get along with people in my dreams. Unless they're in a cult. Sometimes they show up in cults.
Like nobody ever tries to kill you in your dreams.
Only, not like in a conventional way.
hot fuzz cultists.
It's usually like a kidnapping or something, and then you end up like on an altar, and then
It sounds like your dream.
off your way out.
It sounds like your dreams are mostly hijinks scored.
Yeah, that probably describes most of my life too, I suppose. Yeah.
Live from an undisclosed location, Northern Gord, and we need to keep it that way.
Because like you played quite a lot of video games. It's kind of like if I was to play games and stuff, like if I was to play Resident Evil or I was to play like Grand Theft Auto, like there's no chance that I probably wouldn't have zombies in my dream trying to attack me at some point.
What if you only ever played Tetris? You just always be falling into.
The blocks.
No. Then I'd think the communists are after me. No, Gorbachev.
They're always after you, those communists.
Hey lads,
Those
I'm
communists.
going to have to head off.
Oh. Thanks for coming in, Johnny.
Yeah. Sorry to just abruptly announce it in the middle of a conversation.
That's all right.
What's happening, Johnny? Why do you need to go?
Sorry?
Why do you need to go?
I just have shit I need to do. I was meant to be gone. I was going to go an hour ago. I just can't leave it much longer.
That's
No
great.
worries, man.
Bath.
Sorry?
Slender Man needs a bath.
All right. Sorry I couldn't stay longer.
No worries.
That's all right.
You were here for a good long time. Thanks for coming,
All
Johnny.
right. Chat you later.
It's my
Bye-bye.
fault for
Bye.
being tardy.
Oh, no.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
But,
I did have actually a really horrible nightmare once about really high import tariffs.
what?
China.
No, yeah, like I'd started a business, and then that it got really it was rough. It was rough. The import tariffs were high.
I mean, what, is that something you worry about in your everyday life?
Not usually, no.
When Canadexit happens, and yeah.
Yeah. It stood out. It stood out as a horrible nightmare.
Well, next time there's a god, I would recommend either flying away or just shooting people with your index finger.
What was the second one?
Just shooting people with your index finger.
I'll keep it in mind.
It's just shooting IRS agents.
I don't know. That just never happens. I don't know. I don't have a lot of violent dreams.
Have you ever thought, like, if you don't want to have violent dreams, that you do something cool, like challenge them to a rap battle, like in the movie 8 Mile?
Yeah, it's usually pretty elaborate. It's usually something like, I don't know. Well, okay, did you ever see that scene at the end of Scott Pilgrim where
Yeah.
he's has the music and they play the music and they have these weird music demons that battle each other?
Okay.
Yeah, that's usually how I solve my problems.
Okay.
Very
Have
nice.
you experienced a lot of violence in real life around you or to you or anything like that?
Oh, was that a question? Sorry.
Yeah, it was a question.
Oh, have I?
Yeah.
Not like, I've heard Glasgow's pretty rough. Not like not on that level. Because I've heard you know Grant Morrison? Like he talks about Glasgow. He says, you know, he says if Batman was in Glasgow instead of Gotham City, he wouldn't last 2 weeks.
I don't know, like I don't like looking back at my childhood, I don't like think, oh god, it was really violent, there was loads of violence. But then if I like look at it objectively, probably was quite a lot of violence in my childhood. So maybe that's why there's violence in my dreams. I don't know.
But I never actually solved problems playing, like the weird ways I solve problems in my dreams. I never actually do that in real life. Like I don't usually have like a band that summons weird like giant robots to.
No?
No, not usually.
Have you tried to work on that?
Oh yeah, it's definitely a goal. Yeah.
Get in touch with Boston Dynamics, mate. You'll be fine.
Oh man, dude,
Sorry,
that's the stuff of nightmares.
Well, I mean, like, I've sometimes realized that I'm in a dream, and then, like, you can take charge of the dream, then the dream tries to one up you, and you're just not that creative. Well, you are because it's your dream, but like the creative parts like working against you.
Yeah. Like,
Because-
I'm going to say something I'm not massively proud of, right? But when I
Okay.
was in my teens, and I would realize I was dreaming, I would just literally like just turn, like just be like, "Where's the closest woman?" Because I knew I was dreaming, right? So I wasn't hurting anybody. I just like, "Where's the closest woman? I'm going to touch her tits." I just run at the closest woman in my dream and try and touch her tits and stuff and like rub up against her. And like almost always, it would wake me up because my dream would just be like, "Fuck you, you creep."
You were in the Trump simulator. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I was like 14, Dan, in my defense. I just really
Yeah,
needed
I can
Often-
imagine that's like at that age it's the first thought, but yeah, it's like you'd taken over his body and you were just directing him.
yeah, brutal. I
So
hope that was
basically, so what we've learned is Gore dreams of how Donald Trump describes he solves his problems, and Jerry dreams the way Donald Trump solves his problems.
Yeah, basically. Have any of you stopped dreaming though?
well, yeah, but I didn't realize at the time that I had. When I smoked a lot of weed for like a period of
No, I mean, like, do you still have dreams now?
No, I still have dreams now, but for 3 or 4 years I didn't. And actually, like what happens, turns out, when you smoke weed really intensely, like every day, you stop having vivid dreams. I think actually, basically, it what's the word I'm looking for? It depresses, or it sort of
Like repressing
inhibits-
part of your brain.
Well, I think it inhibits REM sleep because you dream when you're having REM sleep, right?
Right.
And so when I stopped smoking weed, I had like almost as soon as I fell asleep, I would dream really intensely all night, basically, and that happened for months because if you're not getting enough REM sleep, you have a deficit basically, and your brain has to make it up. So like if you have broken sleep one night, you'll have more REM sleep the next night, and they can show this way, looking at the brainwaves and stuff that occur when you're sleeping. So yeah, whenever I came off a pot, I had like 3 months of really, really, really intense, vivid, colourful dreams that were like, and I'd wake up in cold sweats and stuff because they were so intense. But yeah, that's the only time I'm aware of having stopped dreaming. What about you?
I generally don't don't dream and haven't for probably at least 7 years. I don't know.
But is it that you don't dream or you don't remember your dreams?
Probably the latter, but I can tell you that, like, there's a handful of occasions where I've woken up and gone, that was a weird dream. And it stood out because I don't usually get them, or I don't, like you say, remember them at all.
I would certainly say that, like, I remember my dreams a lot less as I'm getting older. Like, or I have instances like you're talking about where something so interesting has happened in a dream, or so intense has happened in a dream that I remember it. That's happening less and less as I get older, for sure.
Yeah, because it seemed like when I was younger, I would dream quite often, and like you say, reoccurring dreams. I had one about like a weird sort of escape pod kind of thing, but it was like an underwater, like a metal. Yeah, have any of you played the Outer Worlds?
Yeah, I've played the first level, but haven't
Yeah,
got
you
much
know
past
those
it.
escape pod things, like
Yes.
they had in the Matrix or something, where they're all lined up.
Yeah, so
and
very
all in
small,
these
very
pods.
tight.
Yeah,
Things, yeah.
it was kind of like that, but more of like a large metal pod. But it was like I was going into that pod, but then that pod would seal, and then I'd be trapped in there. And I had that as a recurring thing, and also another one where it was like kind of like a skyscraper being destroyed by controlled demolition, but I was inside, and it was like a rectangular building with a void in the middle, and I was going down with the not explosions but just collapsing.
When did the plane hit?
There was no plane. This was
where was the jet fuel?
there was no jet fuel. It looked like a dilapidated old mansion, but it was like rectangle void, and I was just going down each layer, and it was just like an infinite thing. And then when I hit the bottom, that's when I'd wake up because I'd be so freaked out. And yeah, it was like just freaky.
The thing
Weird.
that affects my dreams, and I'm actually I would say I dream every single night, although I think I'm the same age as you, Dan, and just a couple of years shy of yourself, Jerry. I dream every night, but I don't really. If I really try to recall my dreams, it's like trying to like grasp like water in your hands. It drips away very fast.
Yeah.
If you kind of try and think about it without really thinking about it, if it's like looking at something out of the side of your eye, I can kind of recall bits and bobs and get them. But the things that affect my dreams the most is I tend to fall asleep because a former partner of mine was a very, very heavy snorer. So what I did was I listened to podcasts or YouTube on headphones when she had fallen asleep ahead of me to help me drift off.
Lavender down 10 hours.
And I listen to whatever it goes. But the funny thing is that the way I've used to listen to podcasts, I kind of switched to YouTube. And the funny thing is you sometimes end up down a really, really weird YouTube rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Elsa and Spider-Man.
Yeah, no. It's weirder than that. That I'll been listening to something really dumb. It's kind of like 5 mythological sea creatures that might exist or whatever dumb shit I listen to, and then I'll be waking up and there'll be someone like talking about like politics, but like really, really bad takes, like really bad takes. And it always happens.
I see you were listening to another fake newscast.
Well, I think I was listening to Please, another fake newscast, but yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, but I mean, the weirdest one was I was listening to this thing. You wake up and you just like listen to what the last thing is, and then I think it was Joe Rogan, but whatever, it was a Joe Rogan type certainly, and they were just talking about like people getting their dicks cut off in like weird ways or like tragic accidents, and I was like, what? Okay, I think we scared Gord off with that.
No, he's been writing in private chat about going for a while, but he's
Oh.
just gone now. So
Okay,
maybe it was those recurring nightmares. That was it.
yeah. So yeah, Jerry, you said before we get this wrapped up, you said that you had another horror story you wanted to tell us.
I did. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Right, okay. I was talking shite.
I've got something I can share on screen if you want to see
Go
it. I
for
mean,
it.
you'll probably fucking laugh, but
It's not a diary of my sex life, because that is very funny.
Let's see. What's it saying? It's easier with
Very blank.
your entire screen. I won't share audio. There's no need. Can you see it?
No.
I'm gonna add it to the stream. So
yeah. Just tell me when it's working.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just about to play. Have you enabled audio? Is the audio off?
Yeah, the audio is off. It's just what you're seeing on screen. Let me hide this. Okay.
I mean, I really hope this improves, because at the moment it looks like it's probably a stationary light and somebody moving their phone.
Yeah, okay, hang on one sec. Let me skip forward, because there's no context here, right? So this orange thing is traveling horizontally across the sky in front of my house. This was.
Oh, this is you.
Yeah, and this goes across over one of the buildings. Like I say, this is shocking.
What did you say, like Mountain Keynes?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the house. It literally is just going over the roof. And don't know why I turned it sideways there. I should have really had it in landscape in the first place. It's so badly shot. So basically, two of them went past in quick succession.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, is it
this?
It's probably just after 7 in the evening. I mean, it must have been winter. Yeah, it was. There you go, 7th December, 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I say, my daughter was in the next room. Oh my god, don't want to see Dr. Phil.
We all know your we all know your history now.
History. Stop screen. There we go. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, I saw these two things. I'd seen these orbs before in one other instance with my brother. And this time I managed to record them because I was just looking out of the window. I've had a couple of strange experiences just looking out of the window because my wife doesn't close the shutter in that room. She doesn't close the blind. So I just see stuff in the night sky sometimes. But whenever you look at Chinese lanterns launching, they always fly vertically. And even with wind, they're going to just sort of drift and float upwards, aren't they? They're going to ascend and drift. These things were just flying north, just across. Didn't actually ascend at all.
You, from your house, can you normally see aircraft, generally speaking? Like, you must be in a flight path there where you are, right?
Yeah, but it's usually a lot higher.
Yeah.
Because I could have walked out of the front door and stood under them, and they were passing over that house across from me.
You guys aren't terribly far from, like, RAF, Halton, and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
my dad did his RAF training down your way. I was born not like terribly far from there, and he was stationed at a few like Air Force bases down around kind of Buckinghamshire and where like is Milton Keynes Buckinghamshire or what county?
Yeah, it is Buckinghamshire, and the other instance of orbs I saw was in a place called Maids Morton.
Yeah.
And it was over towards Dean's Hangar, and 5 of us were playing basketball. We saw these orbs, and they were just sort of hovering in the sky, disappearing for 5 minutes and coming back in the same place.
So it's not like. Sorry.
No, you go for it, Jerry. I was just going to make a bad reference to the movie Space Jam.
I was just
The
going to say,
monster stealing your ability.
Yeah.
it's not out with the realms of possibility that it's like, just fucking Air Force tech that they're testing or fucking around with, right?
Yeah, I suppose with those ones that I recorded that I've just shown you, it could have been drones.
Yeah.
Because the distance they were from the houses was literally like touching distance of the roof. I know that video is bad quality. But yeah, I also, from what I'd heard, like commercial aircraft use like red and white lights, and these were orange. So they'd have to be either private or military, like you say, whatever they are. So yeah, it's just odd. Most people that I speak to say Chinese lanterns or planes, and I was like, well, this was right outside of my front door. If I don't use Chinese lanterns. Yeah. If I'd have caught them quicker, I'd have gone out the door and stood under them because they were just outside.
The like drones for sure. Maybe it was those people practicing for those drones that kept fucking Gatwick.
Yeah. They were like, attached to this idea first.
No, because it wasn't fucking. Because it was bullshit. Look, there was something fucking going on there. Like that was the biggest load of shite I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. There's no fucking way that there was no footage of them. Nobody ever get done for it. There was no proof that there was ever any fucking drones. I don't buy it at all. I didn't buy it at the time. I fucking still don't. It was bullshit.
It's interesting. In the chat here, Ash is saying the ones we saw he thinks were plane headlights. Do you not remember how they were moving, Ash? Maybe my memory's been corrupted by time.
Is this your pal?
Yeah, it's my brother. He was there. He was the first one to notice, right? And then there were 3 others with us, and he said, what's that over there? And we all looked, and from what I remember, like I say, he may remember differently, this thing was able to move vertically or horizontally, would stop in one spot, and then it would come back 5 minutes later after disappearing at that spot. But it would never fly sort of, in a diagonal ascending direction or anything. It would always go on one of the 2 axes. And then when it left in a hurry. It went quickly, like horizontally away from us.
Do you think it got spotted, or it was somewhere it shouldn't have been?
It was over, like I say, it was over like Dean's Hangar Way, which is on the way towards Milton Keynes. And I'm fairly sure there was something in the paper at the time about, weird UFO stuff being spotted over there. So again, it ties in with the theory that Jerry was saying, that it's RAF stuff that we don't know about that may have been tested. But yeah, they were probably just trying to see how it works and stuff. But I don't know what Ash will say to it, because it's
cool, to have been in a position to have seen something like that in real life, though. You know what I mean? I was obsessed with UFOs when I was a kid. I read every fucking UFO book I could get my hands on. I used to stare up at the sky constantly, just hoping to see something weird. Never really saw anything weird. So yeah, I'm kind of jealous.
This is it. I don't welcome it. My brother kind of was obsessed with UFOs at the time, and then it happened, and I was just there. But then, since I'd then seen the second one out of the window, and it's just a coincidence that I've then seen the same type of object twice.
Yeah.
Like, I've only had 3 scary stories. It's the 2 orbs and the sleep paralysis one that I told earlier. That's the weirdest stuff that's happened to me. But
in many ways, I'm glad that it's never happened to me though, because like if I'd have seen something like that, I might have went, "Oh, this is clearly a dream," and then just ran at the nearest woman. You know.
I mean, if I'd have unmuted the audio on that one, you'd have heard my wife just reading a bedtime story to my daughter, because it was like 7. That's why I say it's about 7, because that's cool. Bedtime. So yeah, I was looking out the window and I was like, okay, I'll record this rather than read a story, because this is fucking weird.
Which story?
The video that I showed you.
No, which story were you reading?
Oh, what was she reading? I'd have to check. Probably something like the Gruffalo. She likes those.
Yeah. What's her name? Julia
Donaldson. Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty good. Like I quite enjoy it. I get into characters and all that when I'm reading those ones to the kids.
Mm-hmm. That's dated December 2016. I thought your orb encounter was earlier than that.
Yeah.
The one with you, Ash, was earlier than that.
Yeah, he's been cheating on you, Ash. He's been having UFO experiences when you weren't there.
How well would you guys know your planes or things that would be in the sky?
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the sun and the moon, and yeah, like planes.
I'm mostly only familiar with page 3, but I get where you're coming from.
Not as like my cousin's better than me. He was in the air cadets and all that, and like my dad's pretty good because he was in the RAF. I can like recognize certain military aircraft that I was around a lot when I was a kid, but like the newer stuff and whatever, I'm not like a fucking big plane geek or anything like that. So nah, I'm not great. How come?
The reason I was just asking is that a lot of things to me are UFOs because I wouldn't be able to identify them very well. I would just, but like in that kind of weird way that like, if something really odd was happening, I would just be like, oh, isn't that like a helicopter or something? Because like when I was growing up, there's a huge amount of ordnance in the sky growing up in Northern Ireland. Like there was helicopters were going over the house every about 2 hours. And there's a weird dude who owned this like, it's like a glider, but it's got a jet fan at the back, and he was flying that around, and there's a lot of weird stuff in the sky that like an alien probably wouldn't have been that noticed.
We get the dudes who like kind of go up on like basically fucking big like parachutes, like parasails, but with like a big fan on their back. You ever
Do you want to share something, Dan?
Yeah, I just want to show you what that scene looks like in the day.
Okay.
Not trying to dox myself here or anything. It's just like, yeah, right up there in the corner. Yeah, so the orb passed by my window. I'm behind these sort of bungalow things, and the house is there behind there, and it went over this building here, this orange thing, and it's passing just over the top of that house.
Now, Dan, you have to be honest here. Are you trying to sell me and Jerry real estate?
If I had any property, I'd give it to you for a great price. But no, I don't own anything. Our house is shared ownership. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just weird. So weird. Like how low it was. That 100% could not have been a plane because it would have crashed into that house and taken the roof off.
Yeah. Like, so it probably was a drone.
Yeah, I
When
would
it
say
comes
so.
when it comes to aliens, is there any other supernatural creatures that you might believe in, or you might have like any inkling towards?
Would you say the Patterson Gimling film is believable?
I don't know what that is.
It's
Yeah,
a
like I don't.
it's a film with an alleged Bigfoot sighting in the 60s.
Was that the one the guy's wearing a watch?
Wearing a watch.
Bigfoot was wearing a watch during it.
No, I mean, if you find it, maybe I'll have to screen share again, Patterson Gimling.
Because I know
Like-
people.
If we're going to go down that route, I would say like I could potentially believe in the idea of like a yeti, an abominable snowman. You know, like it's not impossible.
Yeah. I mean, the one that I know a lot of people have sworn by, like people I'd know, would be banshees.
Hmm.
Because, there's lots of ones with like bad hair who go around screeching around the town. So, like, I'd say it would be an easy enough confusion.
Well, yeah, like because that's what banshees are known for, aren't they? Just like screaming and shit.
Yeah.
Patterson Gimlin footage stabilized. Right, let's go. Let's see it.
So that, yeah, obviously they've tried to highlight this.
Just looks like a guy in a suit.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best depiction of it. It's just trying to find a decent one.
Because you probably will have a half an hour sub commentary by some other person.
Yeah, this is why I'm trying to find the original.
I mean, like
I think.
again, like it's like the idea. I love the idea of Nessie and stuff as well, but like you have you run into problems when you look at like the maths of like what's required to sustain a species for that length of time. You know what I mean? So they can't just be one of them. You know, because it's hard to
Normal
write
speed,
yourself.
stabilized. There we go.
There was something I was kind of tempted by, which was people were saying, when they're storming Area 51, there's some people saying that they're going to storm Loch Ness, and I was kind of tempted by that, but then I looked how far
At least
north
it's
Loch Ness actually is, and I kind of lost. I thought, can I get the ferry over and drive up? And I was like, that looks like it's 9 hours. Nah, it's
Yeah,
probably not
like
worth it.
it's look. Inverness is so far away that I've never been there. I've never been further north than Elgin. Fuck going to Inverness.
Yeah,
Jesus
I'm-
Christ! All of these
No,
videos aren't.
I'm
I'm
watching
watching.
it. I mean,
I was watching.
I'm driving to the southern tip of Ireland in a few days, and I'm quite north, like,
Like Cork way or like
yeah, the southern
Yeah.
tip of Cork.
yeah.
You know.
I got a train. Well, not one train, but I journeyed by train from Cork to Ballymoney once. It took me fucking ages.
I'm just driving straight down. That like, I live quite north where I am. I mean,
Yeah.
Northern Ireland gives it away, but I'm traveling from Cork then up to the highest point of Ireland in Donegal.
Donegal.
And it's by complete coincidence. I'm just traveling within like 10 miles of the top point and the bottom point, but should be some crack. But Ireland's not that big compared to Scotland, that it's only like a 4.5 hour drive to get from County Tyrone down to Cork.
Yeah. Still a fucking trek. If you're going there and back in one day or whatever,
Well, I'm not doing it one day. I'm going down for about 2, and I'm bringing a dog with me, so he'll be whinging.
So here's the thing, right? What did the guy? What was the guy who took this video's story exactly? Dan, where was he?
It's
taking it?
difficult to find the video I was trying to find.
Yeah, but
I'm
what did
wondering if it's
what
been
did,
removed.
what did the man who took the original footage have to say for himself?
So the man who took the original footage died in 1971. So he's
Mhm.
not been able to talk about it. He was there with another guy. They were both on horses. And basically, his horse got spooked so much that while he was trying to film this, he fell off the horse. And then, this is in 1967. So to fake the footage would have been incredibly difficult.
Not
Obviously,
the
you
guy
can have
in the suit.
you can have a fake like a guy in a suit, but the versions of this video I've seen before have shown really good detail, and I can't even find them now. It's like she's got breasts. It's a female Bigfoot, if you will.
All right, cool.
And
14-year-old me is very aroused.
and yeah, and Astonishing Legends covered it in a story, and then I think they had links to the proper videos. I
Right.
should have probably just gone on there.
That worth a listen then?
Yeah, definitely. I love that podcast. I think it's it's kind of like the straight-laced version of something like Conspiracy Guys or This Paranormal Life.
Okay.
Are they
So,
English or like
they're American, but they're to me they're very they've got really good. One of them's got a very good voice for radio.
Yeah.
So, and they're very listenable. Whereas sometimes you get podcasts where you're like, nah, I can't listen to this because it's like whiny Jason Schreier or something. Yeah, so there were people who claimed they were this Bigfoot in the suit and all this stuff, but the weirdest thing is that this film was a couple of months after the Planet of the Apes, the original one, and I think the guy who made the suits for Planet of the Apes said that he would not be able to make something like this, and he would have been like the best in his field at the time.
I think he needs to believe in himself a bit more.
Get some swinging boobs and
Are you sure that wasn't just like some guy being like, refusing to admit to it? Like, it says like, oh no, that must be real because I'm the best at my job.
If I could do that.
Well, there were plenty of naysayers at the same time that were saying, "Oh, I could have made that," but then there's been no one in like however many years who can produce a good replica. They've been asked to, they've tried, and they haven't been able to.
Have they actually tried? Because they sound like lads down the pub being like, "Oh,
No, this is costume makers.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I thought it was just like people said, "Oh, I could make that." Like lads saying, "Oh, I could have scored that goal Cristiano Ronaldo scored at the weekend."
Yeah, so it was Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin. Gimlin was the one, I think, who fell off the horse. And it was a Hollywood special makeup effects and computer graphics expert, William Munns, has weighed in on this as well. Like, I think they're all saying that they couldn't do it. So yeah, that's the most compelling Bigfoot thing.
I'd love something like that to be true, like a cryptid or aliens or something. Like, I mean, science, mathematically, you've got to think if the universe is infinite, there must be other life out there, But I'd really like something like that to be true and to come out as true in my lifetime, just because it would be so interesting, it'd be so exciting. also, there's part of me that kind of thinks that, like, if we made contact with another life form in the universe, it might actually be the only thing that could potentially unify us as a planet. You know, it might make us all pull together in the one direction because we'll have someone else to fucking scapegoat and other. Be like, that's their fault, but we're all cool, right? Because we're Earthlings. I hate those goddamn fucking Martian cunts, but we're all cool. Yeah, go Earth. You know what I mean? Like, because people are weird and tribal, and like they like dichotomies. They like fucking, they like pitting themselves against other people. You know, you've got sectarianism in Glasgow. You've got fucking Shias and fucking Sunni Muslims. You've got the Bloods and the Crips. You've got Republicans and Democrats. You just like people like to put themselves in little fucking boxes where they're pitting themselves against something else. So if there was aliens, we might just be like, yeah, we're Earthlings. Fucking love you guys. Let's do shit together.
I mean, that would be quite a good government strategy. Like, you know, in the book 1984, that they talk about people being like continual war, and then at one point it switches over from they were fighting Eurasia rather than fighting Oceania, and then they said no, it was always this way. I think that like it would be quite good if a government could try and convince people that a country that doesn't exist existed, and you'd be like, oh, you know those dirty. I'm trying to think of made-up country names. What'll be a good made-up country? Movania. Okay, those dirty Movanians are stealing all our money, and oh my god, like, you know, we'd be so much better off than if we had no Movanians. So people are all racist against the people who doesn't exist, and it makes them more pleasant to other people in their life, saying like, oh, I used to be racist against all other Europeans, but now, you know, I'm fine with them as long as they don't like those bloody Movanians.
Do you know? Well, like, I mean, if you're going to make something up, you may as well make up another planet, though, right?
Yeah. Go big or go home.
Do you know the thing that I always found the most creepy growing up used to really freak me out, and like at night time when I was going to bed, if I'd been reading like UFO books and I read about this particular subject, it would like I'd have to fucking like put the light off and quickly jump into bed because I was like, it just used to have my mind racing. It used to really freak me out. The Men in Black, they always used to creep me the fuck out.
Yeah,
like the concept or the like
the stories that people would tell about if they'd been visited by them and stuff like that. Anybody else know what I'm talking about here now?
You would really like the Astonishing Legends episodes about it. They probably scare you, but yeah.
I'm all right, mate. I'm 35.
But I mean, like, what would this? Could you give me an example of what like this kind of story would be?
So, you know, they would often turn up. They would a lot of the stories kind of that came from like people who had, you know, no contact with each other, no knowledge of one another would be very similar. And there would be specific details that would like converge and whatever, like in terms of they would appear just something like a bit robotic or a bit weird or a bit alien, I guess.
Like they kind of got a bit of a bluish tint to their skin or something?
No, just like their mannerisms and stuff were a bit weird. The things that they would say would be a bit odd. They looked as if they looked uncomfortable and like they didn't, you know, almost like they weren't comfortable in their own skin. They would say weird things and ask them weird questions, ask them about what they had seen, try and, you know, pass it off as well. That's actually not what you saw. You saw this. You know, they would kind of turn up. They would never take their sunglasses off. They would just be. They would seem like almost not quite human. Just there's something not quite right about them, and they would say odd things. That their language, like the way that they used language wouldn't be quite right. Like their grammar would be a bit off, or they would speak as if English wasn't their first language and stuff as well. Is any of this ringing a bell with you, Dan, or am I just talking shit?
No, it's ringing a bell. It comes up a lot in the stories that I've listened to, and particularly episodes about black-eyed kids.
Oh, I know those.
Yeah, so sometimes you'll get episodes of people being freaked out by these black-eyed kids who will either turn up at your home asking to be let in for, things like, oh, hey, mister, I've hurt myself. Let me in your house. Or like, I'm waiting for my parents. Let me in. Just stuff that doesn't really make sense about
Black-eyed
why you need to be
kids?
let in. Yeah,
Like
they
what? Like their whole eyes are black?
yeah. So one example I've listened to is a guy back in the day when you used to have to pay your bills by either a check or something. In America, it must be totally different to here, but this guy was going to put a check in to a building to pay his electricity bill. So he
Mhm.
drove there late at night, wrote out the check in his car, and then he notices these two kids at his window of his car. And they're like, hey, mister, we need help. Let us in to your car. And
Yeah.
he's like, why? And they're like, they're just trying to make excuses of why they can get in. And one of them's getting like aggressive because he won't let them in. They don't try the handles of the car or anything, but basically if you
It's like a
allow them
vampire
in,
waiting to be invited in.
yeah, well, this is it. If you allow them into where you are, say your car or your house, things then start to happen. Like they may not attack you or anything, but there was a story of a woman who'd let them in, or her husband had let them in, and then he'd fallen ill with cancer within like the next year and died. And then she also got ill as well, and they linked it like to meeting these weird things that just weren't talking how humans would or acting how humans would. And in some of these cases, they're then running into the men in black, or they will be there in the background, or they'll come and visit you afterwards and say, have you seen two kids around here? Like, they'll visit and say, try and persuade you haven't seen anything. So yeah, it's kind of like they're either with the black-eyed kids or they're trying to stop them. You could look at the Men in Black as a kind of a like the film. You could see them as like a benevolent force trying to stop these things, or they may be with them. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Maybe they're the black eyes kids, like shitty parents, but like, no, my kid didn't accidentally trash your car. No, that will buff out.
Yeah, this is
Every,
it. Like
every
they
time I
could
hear
be.
Black-eyed kids, I just think of like a Black-eyed Peas tribute act, but
Yeah.
like they're like 8 or something,
But the thing
and
I've heard,
probably more talented.
the thing I've heard about the black eyed kids is that they kind of have people find this weird compulsion, like they're like, let me in, and they don't realize it, but their hands going towards the door handle. That's kind of like a form of mind control as well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. They're kind of looking into your eyes and making you compelled.
But they've
And
got no
then that's
whites in
when you
their eyes at
notice.
all.
Yeah, that's when you notice what's wrong with them. You notice the eyes. And then you stop yourself most
I'm
of
not
the
gonna lie.
time.
I'm not gonna lie. This is actually freaking me out a bit.
Yeah. Honestly, I listened to the Black Eyed Kids episodes and I was like, right, that's enough internet for me today. Like, it freaks you out. It really does.
Yeah,
That's one
that's
of the
gonna
freakier ones.
The,
probably
the,
got
other th- the, other,
nightmares.
the other thing I've heard about them is that they don't have the voices of children; they have the voices of adults.
Did they sound like
Yeah.
Johnny sounded tonight? Because that was too much.
I thought that it was a bit that he was doing.
Michael Jackson's Children's Hospital. Yeah.
I thought he was just going to be on like, you know, I thought he was going to give us some like Barry White, let's get it on.
Michael Jackson's Children's Hospital. What is it? What is it? He said? The something. The most. What? Oh, I need to find it now. It's amazing.
What's his name? Frankie Boyle.
Frankie
isn't it?
Boyle.
I do love Frankie Boyle. I liked his Tramadol Nights. That was a good one.
That's mental.
The what was it? The Green Mile skit he does, where basically the inmate has to have sex with people to fix them. So he's having sex with like the foreman's wife.
I loved the one that he did where went to our screen. Yeah, that's fine. I loved the one he did in Tramadol Nights where he was like Michael Knight from Knight Rider. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
But like it was
Okay,
the-
shit.
the car talking to him was just on his own head and he was just a mad fucking schizophrenic fucking murderer.
Okay, Michael, you haven't taken your meds, Michael.
Can you how do I put the audio on? Can you hear that? Can you hear that?
It says share audio.
Where?
Before you start doing it, there should be a checkbox.
Oh well, that's the fucking.
I'm going to close this and you do it again, okay?
Yeah.
Share screen. Right. Your entire
Michael
screen.
Jackson's Children's Hospital.
It just says share. It doesn't say anything else.
Whoops.
Share
I
audio.
posted that to the wrong link. Damn it. It's going to be in the live chat comments.
Share audio. Right. Okay. Got it.
During the trial about exhuming Jackson's body to do tests on it. See, if they'd done it, I'm going to watch it on the news with the volume turned down and Thriller on the stereo. You hear the tape? Played a tape of Jackson's voice under sedation. Show how many drugs this guy was giving him. And he's going, I'm going to build a children's hospital. The biggest children's hospital in the world. Call it Michael Jackson's Children's Hospital. I don't even think it was his voice. I think it was the voice of the paedophile demon that controlled his soul. I'm going to build a children's hospital. I'm going to buy those kids a game of whack-a-mole. But I'm going to lie under the game of whack-a-mole. Stick my cock up through it. I'm not banging away with the little hammers. They're actually banging my cock. Michael Jackson's Children's Hospital. Biggest children's hospital in the world.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
what it said.
shit.
Oh, God. The Frankie Boyle is good crack.
Yeah, I know that's like really, brutal, but you can't help it but laugh. I can't. I'm just twisted. But
I mean, would you, just to, like, since we've hit so many themes, MJ, guilty or not guilty?
fucking hell. Nice one to to bring
To
up.
dump on Dan in particular.
What? Because I have kids. Fuck.
Oh,
Oh, Jerry's got kids as well. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think so.
One less now, but
What?
that was a Jerry McCann joke.
oh God. Oh,
So
sorry.
I thought you like sold them to Michael Jackson.
I thought that was worse because you were like in the chat earlier, like, oh, gonna be slightly less of a family issue, and I was like, oh dear God.
Oh yeah, because obviously if one of my kids had died, I'd just jump on here for some crack.
I was wondering.
Oh my God. No, I honestly don't think he did it. I think it was. I don't.
Well,
It's so hard after watching that documentary. That like, there's all the hallmarks of like separating the parents from the kids and stuff. But you've got people like Macaulay Culkin who were there at the time as well, and saying that he was never touched or anything.
Have you seen Chappelle going on about it?
Chappelle,
like, yeah, in his latest stand-up, he's basically like, he's like, I don't think Michael Jackson did it, and I'll tell you why. Right? Fucking, he was hanging with Macaulay Culkin the whole time.
Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin says he never once fucked him. Right? He's like, I'm not a paedophile, but if I was, Macaulay Culkin's a pretty sexy kid.
Well, this is the thing. Like, the only reason that he may not, if you were that much of a predator, though, would you be able to control yourself? That's what I'm questioning. Because we've had people like Ian Watkins, right, from the Lost Prophets, who were using fans to get to their children, and he could not control himself, and therefore he is now in jail down the road from me, actually.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, like, you can be a high IQ sex offender, you know what I mean? Like, there's people who did loads of, like, your man, are you familiar with he was the East Area rapist, he was fucking called a whole bunch of things, but he, ultimately, what was that fucking guy called? My phone's over the other side of the room. He got away with fucking having raped and fucking killed a shitload of people over like 30 fucking years.
I think I know the one you're talking about.
He was normally caught via like DNA sampling, like, you know, like through
Joseph James D'Angelo.
Yeah, that's exactly the guy. What was his main
Golden State Killer?
Golden State Killer, that's right. So, you know, he was able to get away with doing horrific things to like underage girls, fucking adult women, like literally hundreds of victims.
Yeah, the original Night Stalker, right? Okay.
Yeah, raped them in their homes, did fucking horrific things over a very long time. He was a cop, and you know, post him deciding that he wasn't going to do this shit anymore, it looks like, on paper at least, he went for fucking 25, 30 years without committing any crimes. After having, you know, his crimes were increasing in level, he was getting more and more out there. He was getting away with it the whole time. He then got clean away with it for 30 years afterwards, and he was only caught by chance, really, by like genealogy fucking website and stuff, and it was one of his relatives that happened, you know, because the DNA was so similar, that put the police onto being able to narrow down, well, it must be a relative of this person because of the DNA markers, and narrowed it down to him and caught him for it. So I guess the point I'm making is that just because Ian Watkins acted with compunction, wasn't able to control himself, doesn't mean that somebody else, like Michael Jackson, for example, could have been doing horrendous things but was smart enough to get away with it and didn't take, like, obviously you're taking a risk by doing something like that, but was smart enough to mitigate his risk by, like you say, separating parents from families, choosing families that, like a lot of the priests did, like going for low-income families who would just be so delighted to have had someone like that take a shine to them and come into their lives that, you know, they're going to let them away with doing some weird shit.
That's it. I think the the only reason he wouldn't have chosen to go after Macaulay Culkin is because of how famous he was.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and if he'd have done that to him and he'd have come out publicly, that would have been it. He'd have been done straight away, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think having someone like Macaulay Culkin was also kind of like a lure for other people, wasn't it? That like he was more bait
for kids, yeah.
In a kind of way that, like, here, look, this guy hangs around with Macaulay Culkin and Corey Haim. This guy's super cool. Because, like, I was born in 1988. So the thing was that when I became really culturally aware of Michael Jackson, he was a pretty creepy dude. But the thing was, he did hang around with Macaulay Culkin, who was a very big icon at that time. So he
Yeah.
kind of passed a cool check by. But if you kind of look back, like, dude was creepy.
Yeah. Even like there's a conspiracy. Like Michael Jackson completely changed his appearance like virtually fucking overnight. Like if you go for like the Thriller video to the video for Bad, wasn't that long in between them, and he's a different color. His face is different. His music's fucking different. He like doesn't the music doesn't sound like nothing. It's so fucking dissimilar, and everyone just goes, "Oh yeah, that's the same guy." Well, how is it? Maybe it isn't.
So you've kind of got like Paul is dead style replacement scenario there, do you?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I will just go in briefly for Paul is dead, and then going back to Jackson. What I'll say is the thing about the Paul is dead scenario that I always found odd was they say like Paul McCartney died in 1964 or five, and I'm like, well, I think most of his good music was released after that point, so like the
Yeah.
replacement was clearly better than the original. Fuck the original. I'm glad he died, but no, I mean like for Michael Jackson with Bad, I mean the replacement I think was probably I prefer their musical output than the one before.
Well, I think you're wrong. Look, I think that Michael Jackson's like 90s and later output was very, very poor in comparison to all of the stuff that he did earlier.
I mean, how old are you talking? Like Off the Wall and stuff like that, or
Off the wall.
Before the change, right?
Yeah, before he got white, I thought the music was much better, way better.
I'll be
Even
honest.
When exactly was that? That's my question.
So let me get his discography up, right? Michael Jackson.
When did he have vitiligo and change?
Discography. Yeah, but like it's not just that though, is it? Like he came back, he had a different nose, like everything was different. He fucking this is music. Like he never done all of that. Like Thriller, right? It wasn't going hee hee every 2 minutes and like like that just like fucking happened. Right, Off the Wall, Thriller, Bad, right? So 1982 to 1987, so it was 5 years in fairness.
Yeah, apparently 1986 was when the vitiligo started.
But like, bear in mind, Thriller is the biggest selling album of all motherfucking time, right? It's the 66 million fucking sales worldwide, right? So that's a colossus of the music industry. So say something did happen to him, think of the people who just be like, holy fuck, we've just lost our golden goose. Like we were planning to make fucking billions off of this cunt, and now he's dead. We need somebody to replace him.
But was Michael Jackson always going to be the star that he was? Like, you know, if you were looking at Michael Jackson in 1982, would you think that he had the potential? Or do you think people would have guessed that?
Well, Off the Wall sold 20 million worldwide. It was 8 times platinum in the US.
I mean, 82 was when he released Thriller, so
Yeah, 82 was when he released Thriller, and it sold 66 million, biggest selling album ever in the world.
and that was the last album before he changed, from the looks of it.
Yeah. So, you know.
And you can see, like, he talked about how his dad used to bully him. So there could be something to the idea that he bleached his skin to look different and then also had nasal surgery to look different to his dad, because he was always bullying him about his nose.
Yeah.
And stuff like that, if you believe any of it. So.
No, like I'm kind of being facetious here. I'm pretty sure that Michael Jackson's the same guy, but It's just, to me, it's just, I've always found it odd that it's just accepted that, like, well, of course it's the same guy, but, like, I mean,
I would say
you were-
that looking at 1982 and 1987, Thriller and Bad, they look like the same person, but someone who's had work done.
I reckon if I was to say to my fucking 4-year-old kid, is this guy the same guy as this guy? He'd be like, no, daddy, it's not.
You reckon?
Yeah. I'll ask him when I get home on Friday.
Can you see that on share screen?
No.
Sure, I'll share it here. I can definitely see a similarity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even that version of Michael Jackson looks a lot different than like off the wall with an afro
Yeah.
kind of Michael Jackson.
True.
Yeah, but I guess it was like the style of the time as well. Because I don't know if he'd have undergone any surgery at that point during the Thriller.
Do you know what the
I
first,
don't know.
you know what the first line of the song Bad is?
Your ass is mine.
Your butt is mine. Yeah.
Your puss is mine.
It's funny how he says butt rather than ass. What was
That's
off
the reason
wall?
why Prince refused to appear in the music video.
Yeah.
God, that's an old looking picture and very busted. But
Well, it's
yeah,
like-
no, I see what you mean. He does look different between there and, but is that just the style of the time and everything?
Well, no, because I don't know if you noticed, Dan, but in the one on the left is black.
No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, like between Bad and not Thriller and Off the Wall.
And I've just been away though. Right, listen, I've got work at, I need to get up at 5 in the morning, so I'm going to go to my fucking bed. But it's been a pleasure.
Well, thanks for
Real.
coming on. Thanks for the people who are still watching us. It's been a 4-hour stream, so yeah, that lasted a long time. But thanks for coming on. We've touched on different stuff to do with Halloween, and then got sidetracked into cryptozoology and Michael Jackson, which is always fun. So,
I'm glad that we discussed the real Halloween issues of Michael Jackson being a pedo.
well, I mean, Thriller was the biggest song of all time, very Halloween themed, and you need
that's
to know if that was done by a nonce. So, I mean, if we uncovered that, I think we've at least learned the magic of Halloween.
Like maybe that was just a really elaborate Halloween costume that Michael Jackson was wearing for years.
What? Oh, yeah.
So you just never had to take it off.
Like, I'm going to be the scariest thing that I can possibly imagine. And as a black man, the scariest thing that you could possibly imagine was a white man.
But at the end of the day, I'm going to open up a children's hospital.
Michael Jackson's Children's Hospital, the biggest children's hospital in the world.
Oh, God. Well, thanks very much for listening. Thanks to Jerry. Thanks to Dan. Thanks to Northern Gord. And thanks to Johnny from Disaster Arts for all coming on. This is probably going to be shortened down to podcast form. I doubt it's going to be 4 hours, maybe probably about 2.5. But thanks for coming on, guys, and have a good one. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Night.
Take care, man.
Take it easy.